in 99% of folks that I have flipped, I have not had any inclination, any desire to eat their
KingSithis
ass.
is now live streaming World of Warcraft. Debate Ancaps.
Wait, you're not live yet. You're not live yet, are you?
I am now. Wait, what did you say?
Was my last thing live? Last thing I said.
I didn't even hear what you said, honestly.
Nothing. Now I don't want to say it.
Okay. Well, let's just hope they didn't hear that.
I mean, who the fuck tunes into a live stream the moment it begins?
Only fucking losers.
Any of you listening are losers.
Yeah. Watching
Fuck you all.
Ancaps. What kind of person watches an Ancap? Don't you know those guys are crazy?
You reminded me a bit of a meme or a picture. It was this picture of this, I don't know, chubby 20-year-old or so who I think was trying to grow a beard but failing as fuck. And he's like stomping on an Ancap flag. It's like, take that, Ancaps.
Yeah, you freaking Ancaps. How dare you not support government? Don't you know that's how we fund the roads? Ah!
I'm watching. Dips hits.
You're watching? I'm sorry, Crow. What's up, Cameron? What do you think about taxation? Do you think it's theft? Oh, never mind.
What? Was that Cameron?
Yeah. Yo, what up, Cam?
Peter Griffin? That is a strange profile picture.
I can't even see it, honestly.
Hey, Sithis.
What's up, brother from another mother?
Your profile picture looks like if your name was written by R. Kelly.
It's supposed to emulate a death metal band logo. Like, it's supposed to look like a death metal, like a heavy metal logo.
Ah.
Yeah, so... Yeah. You know, like those death metal bands with the scribbly, the funny fonts. What I really...
Don't all bands have kind of usually a funny font in how they write their name? Who's that? Is that Cam? What's up with
Cam
Cameron
back
going
again.
in
I think
now?
he might be having some technical issues, probably. That's probably why he's bumping in and out. But,
Cameron's going in and out like this VC is a lady.
Anyways. But yeah, a lot of bands have the funny font. They usually do it to stand out in some way or another.
The Blind font is a tattoo.
I went on ChatGPT and looked up like I literally just looked up, I just asked it to make me a death metal style font, and it did. With my
gives
name.
me an idea.
That was black and yellow, so you know, like the Ancap flag.
Yeah, I got that. Here.
You know, just in case you didn't know. Yes. Hello, Lexadecimal. Lexadecimal.
Yeah, you got it. Hello.
Do you think taxation is theft?
No, or I guess it depends what we define theft as.
I would define theft as taking an innocent person's property against their will.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that kind of pushes it down for what defines property.
The products of one's labor and exchanges.
Yeah.
So if I, for example, get something, I don't know what it is, but let's say it's something that I did not produce the value of. Is that theft?
Value exists only in the
KingSithis,
Well, it
mind.
would
depends
you
on how
like
you
many
get it.
viewers? Let's
If you got
In
it
other
through
words,
if you got it through voluntary exchange, or you got it through homesteading, then that's perfectly fine from my perspective.
Well, we can say homesteading is a form of value creation.
Or voluntary exchange.
Yeah, but
I don't think there's
Go ahead.
I don't think there's an intrinsic connection between property and value. That is to say, property is tangible. Value exists only in the mind.
Yeah, value is
I can
subjective.
I can value a sunset more than I value a pine cone. A pine cone can be property. A sunset cannot be property.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess it depends on your theory of property. But most people have like the mixing one's land with or one's labor with the land theory of property.
Sure. I
Yeah,
love
that would
that.
be homesteading.
But that
Yeah.
is a form of kind of inherent there is this idea of like the reason you have a property claim is because of value creation, right? Like it wasn't just that
I
you
don't
walked.
think it's.
Can I
I
answer
don't
this?
think it's
I would
Go ahead,
disagree
sure.
with that. So, and from us, from like a libertarian standpoint, how we would view. So we believe very strongly in not violating the consent of innocent people. So the reason why us libertarians believe in homesteading is because if you mix your labor with unowned land that, well, has never been claimed by anyone, well, then you're not really violating anyone's consent by claiming that land. So it's not necessarily the amount of that the fact that you created value. I mean, it doesn't matter how much value you put into it. What matters is that you're the first comer, and you have not violated anyone's rights in the process of using that thing.
So if let's say I was the first person on the earth, or the first person interested in owning property, and I just said, I own it all, would that be respected?
No,
course
because you would need to mix your labor with the land in some way, in some tangible
well, then
way.
we're back to value creation.
No, it isn't about value. It's about
It's about transformation, which has no inherent bearing on value. For example, let's say hypothetically you find a beautiful old redwood tree. It's 1,000 years old. It's enormous and it's gorgeous, right? And then you chop down the redwood tree and turn it into a bunch of wood chips. Now, I, looking on as a third party, I don't know why the tree is a party, but I, looking on, may readily decide that I consider the wood chips to be way lower value than what the beautiful old redwood tree was. You, even after doing it, may realize that I much preferred it as a redwood tree. This is much lower value.
Mhm.
Everybody else, maybe, on the market, may also decide that the value of those wood chips is, diminished.
Yeah.
So within that framework, you have, at least by some accounts, if not by all accounts, you have reduced value, but the wood chips are nonetheless your property.
So
Yeah.
if you then, let's say, stole someone else's property and you were tried through some private judicial process, let's say, for this crime, how should recompense be decided?
It depends on the court and your private security agency.
Each court will have its own standard about this. There may be some norms. It may be 2 eyes for an eye. It may be 10 eyes for an eye. I think the basic formula they have to do is how much is it worth to people to not be punished, to know they won't be punished too harshly. For example, steal a candy bar and go in debt $1 million for it. Versus what is it worth to people to have a strong deterrent effect. Rothbard posited 2 eyes for an eye. That is, if you take my eye, you have to give that eye back plus an eye of your own. So that's 2 eyes for an eye. Yeah, that is restoration of the original property taken plus compensation, punitive compensation equal to the property taken. So if I steal $1,000 from you, I have to give that $1,000 back plus another 1,000.
Also,
And
Samuel Edward Konkin, he said that another way that they can do it is basically like you could charge them for the thing that was being stolen or the damage that's done, and plus the cost of apprehension. And yeah.
Well, I think the problem with either of these, David Friedman has pointed out,
Yeah.
is that if the punishment for, say, stealing $1,000 is only that I have to give that $1,000 back plus another $1,000, then as long as I get away with it more than half the time, then it pays to be a thief. So it's not a very good deterrent effect. Mm-hmm. Or worse, if there is no punishment, if I just have to give back what I stole and then nothing further, well, that's far worse. Then it really pays to be a thief. But even within the framework of 2 eyes for an eye, then look, usually when you steal, you're not going to get caught. Unless you're stupid, you won't get caught most of the times that you steal. So that means that people are motivated to steal in this framework of 2 eyes for an eye. So, and I think the market may well account for this problem, and there may be some standard of 10 eyes for an eye, or 5 eyes for an eye, or 20, or something.
Yeah, you'd want.
It would depend on most likely what they would do is calculate the profits and the general amount of theft in the area, how often people get away with it, the amount of money that would most likely deter people, and that would be paid in restitution. They would sort of calculate these things and try to make the most profit out of it.
Yeah, it would just be based off of the ratio of reported crimes to caught crimes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they want to be as efficient as they can in apprehending people, as well as returning the good, and as well as deterring people from doing it in the future. Because if they have less people stealing, well, then that's less claims that they have to pay out. Yeah.
I'm not sure they're directly concerned with how much theft there is in the area. It's more that the more theft there is in the area, the higher will be the demand for protection against theft. Although that said, this cuts both ways. Because the more theft there is in an area, the more thieves there must be in an area. And thieves, or people who would potentially be a thief, represent kind of the flip side of demand for strong punishment. That is, if I'm a thief, or I might conceivably ever steal or ever be accused of stealing, then I would rather have a rights enforcement agency that promises me we use courts where the punishment for theft is not too crazy, not $1 million for a candy bar. You still get punished, but it's not going to be insane. You kind of have, for every punishment, you have two competing interests, right? You have the interest that wants it very lenient, or theoretically even no punishment, and then you have the countering demand for it to be very harsh. The polarity being the one guy wants theft to be legal, and then the other guy wants execution for theft. Most people falling somewhere sharply in between.
Yeah, so the demand, I guess the demand for the service would affect how much they're charging, as well as the crime that is, how harshly the punishment is being done. You would be based on the demand of the customers.
Well, I mean, how much they're charging is affected by how many people want to use that court, of course. If everybody wants to use this court and they're very busy, then they're going to charge a lot.
Yeah. It's all based on supply and demand.
Every court wants that, or at least every free market.
But it'll be more efficient because there is not a monopoly on force. And they don't have to deal with the economic calculation problem, which is what the state has to deal with.
So if a court, or say it's also conceivable that rights enforcement companies may simply use courts to determine guilt or innocence and then have punishments agreed upon between themselves. That's quite plausible. But in either scenario, the firms involved, if the punishment for theft is they cut your hands off and kill your family or some crazy thing, then people are going to be very reluctant to use those firms. And especially people that might ever conceivably get accused of theft. So they'll have less customers. But on the flip side, if they're too lenient on thieves, then that's going to push out people that are, worried about being stolen from. Even in a high theft area, by the way,
There could also be escalating punishments
usually
for
there's going to be a
repeated
lot more
offenses,
people
those
that are
thieves
worried about
representing
being
a
stolen
continual
from
threat.
than there are thieves.
I got a chat from the thing. Somebody from my chat just made a good point. He just said there could also be escalating punishments for repeating offenses, those thieves representing a continual threat.
Potentially, another issue that thieves face is that their premiums would go up because they're much higher risk.
Oh, the person that we were talking to this about, I guess he left. I guess he got bored.
Oh,
That's true.
Yeah. Anyways, hey Jag Bar, what's going on, man?
Yo, what's up?
What do you think about taxes? Do you think taxes are theft?
No.
No. What would make you think that?
Because the state is gonna do good things for me. They're gonna protect me with my money.
if I come along and I break into your house and I go into your kitchen, right? I take a bunch of your food, and then some of the food that's in your kitchen, I prepare it. I cook it up into a banquet, which I then leave there for you. Have I now not committed burglary?
I mean, I guess, but I mean, I don't know. I deny the analogy because it's like, you can't take. Some things require large organization. Some things require structure to create, and food isn't one of those things where it's like, you can't take taxes and then make a military. You can't take taxes, or you can't take taxes away and then have like a military or have like borders.
What if I told you you can? Give me 1 second, dude. A delivery here. How you doing?
Lifesaver, Bear. Thanks, man.
Sure. It wants a photo. I'm gonna take a photo here. What?
Wait, KingSithis, are you also an
How you doing?
ANCAP?
Yes, I am. I'm an anarcho-capitalist.
We both are, yeah.
Bruh.
I was going to say, I was actually just listening to this part of a passage that I wrote that Sithis decided to make into a audio file. There is actually a great deal of historical precedent for military defense without any taxation. They have tended to do so for far longer periods of time, and it tends to be much more expensive for the attackers.
What did you say? I wasn't listening, sorry.
I said there is actually a great deal of historical precedent for military defense without taxation, and often without any form of government at all. It tends to be both more protracted and much more expensive for the invaders. I could go through the examples or I could go through the reasoning for it.
No, please don't. Please don't.
Don't.
Please
What do you
spare me.
mean? We're Ancaps.
Spare me.
Why are you? What? That's what we're here for, man.
I'm here for taxation as theft. I'm here for this guy. I'm not here for debate. I'm here to listen to this Spurg.
He's not a Spurg.
But not.
This guy's the most smartest guy I know.
Come on,
Since
don't.
I am a Spurg. I literally have autism.
Yeah, he literally is a Spurg, bro. Come on.
Well, I didn't know what that. I thought that was just like an insult.
No, Spurg is short for
Asperger's.
Asperger's.
Oh, I didn't know that. Actually, I'll be honest with you.
I am Asperger's.
Interesting.
Listen, this is my favorite Jew right here. This is a real ass Jew. So.
Are you ANCAP? You're
Yeah.
not ANCAP?
No, I'm more of like a
Socialist.
I mean, I'm not a socialist. I mean, I haven't made up I haven't made a decision.
I was going to say
I'll
you
just
can't be either.
I'll just
If
stick
you're
with
not an ANCAP,
capitalism.
if you're not an ANCAP, then you are a socialist to some degree.
Well, I don't want anarchy, but I like capitalism, and I don't
A
mind
consistent.
government.
Well, if you have a government, then naturally you have a socialized military force, socialized courts, socialized police. You probably want socialized roads and socialized schools and so forth. Maybe not. But
I'm reshaping my
these things would
worldviews
make
in
you a
real time
socialist.
based on this conversation.
Yeah, I mean, of course, yeah, we have like a welfare state. We have a bunch of
Based.
fucking.
I didn't even mention the welfare state,
That's
but that's
based in
also
red
true.
pilled crack liquor.
Yeah, we have a bunch of fucking social shit going on. I mean, I'm not necessarily against all of that
Based
either.
and gold pilled, actually.
I just don't want anarchy. I think anarchy is retarded. ANCAP is retarded.
No, you.
Why?
I can't debate it. There was a guy in here like a couple of weeks ago, taxation. He was saying that what ANCAP eventually turns into is you have a bunch of different gangs all in the same area that are like fighting each other. It turns into like corporate cartels that are constantly fighting one another. That sounded convincing.
I have chapters, multiple chapters of my book devoted to debunking those myths.
Yeah, we could send you an audio file of it.
Have you published that yet, taxation? You've been talking
No,
about
I'm
this
still
book
working.
for months
I'm
now.
still working on it. I'm still working on it, and now Sithis has decided to take a chunk of it and turn it into an audio file. I was kind of just listening to that before this VC started, basically to help me edit it, like to help me figure out what changes I want to make. There are many.
Interesting.
I don't like how many times I use the word lattice.
I didn't notice that.
Lattice and weave and mosaic and web. I used this kind of metaphorical language way too many times.
How many pages have you written so far?
Dude, it's quite long.
Around 300. Just the section on God, there's a lot of cars.
Yeah, so I turned his thing into an audiobook, and
Adding a
it
love
was
interest
about
is never a bad idea.
Not the whole book, though.
not the whole book, just
Only
that
the
section. Yeah, just the section about private security, and you know how it would be. You know what I'm saying. Just that section, it was like 5 hours long.
Just the part. That's just the part about rights enforcement, like the equivalence of police and court and military defense.
Wait,
That part
5 hours long? How could it be five? How many pages? How could it be 5 hours long?
It's like in terms of like turning it into an audiobook. You know what I'm saying? When you turn it into an audiobook, it isn't about pages, it's about how long it takes to listen to it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's just like that. Sounds like it would be like a lot of pages.
Yeah, it's quite lengthy and it's very detailed. It's pretty damn good. I think it's quite good, honestly. It's very good.
Thank you.
I was very
Can
surprised
you
at how good it
send it
was.
to me or something?
Could I send it to you?
Yeah.
Taxation.
Yeah.
Are you okay with that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, cool.
It's just keep in mind, it's a rough draft. It's not done.
Yeah, but I think he did like the rough draft. I think is pretty good. And
Okay.
If you got 5.5 hours to blow anyway.
yeah, basically.
Something to listen to while you work or masturbate or whatever.
Yeah, he has
Yeah,
a
of
really
course.
epic. He has a really epic. Really epic. What you call it? British accent. Oh, I think I sent the wrong thing.
Anarcho-capitalism
Yeah,
is an
I mean-
ideology to make corporations dominate the common market. Common man.
Yeah. If only.
Monopolies only exist in a free market in a status system. Sorry, I was replying to my chat.
I have a chapter about that. I have a 30-page chapter about monopolies.
Also, the state is a monopoly, so if you don't like monopolies, then you should be with us. The Ancappers.
God, you know what? You know what sucks? When I'm like, sometimes I will screenshot porn for the sake of using Google Lens to like try to figure out who that actress is. But then I just have that screenshot, and so I'll go to like, I'll pull up my photos somewhere. I'm like picking up an Uber order with my son or something somewhere, and I pull up my photos. I gotta get away from that one.
Oh,
why do you-
take it
Why do you
easy.
screenshot porn?
What?
Wait, why do you screenshot?
So he can find out who the actress is.
Yeah, I'll run it through like Google Lens or something to figure out who is this actress. I must see more of her.
And you don't think to delete the photos after?
Yeah, when it's just like some, it's like some Ukrainian chick, who's nobody's heard of. She's like an amateur Ukrainian chick or something.
Okay.
Gotta find her catalog.
Yeah, I'm very disorganized. I don't think to like delete stuff.
Okay, well. Be careful with that.
I know. I think to delete stuff if it's like illegal, something happens. Like if I send somebody a message that pertains to like some illegal transaction or something, then I'll delete it. Or I'll have it on auto delete in Signal or whatever.
What kind of illegal transactions are you making, buddy?
I have, over the course of my life, I probably have made north of 100,000 illegal transactions.
You probably shouldn't say that on my live stream, bro.
Statute of limitations, though.
They're gonna come for you, man.
Statute of limitations. Also, just saying I've done illegal transactions is not probable cause for anything. You would have to say what they are.
You never know.
You'd have to say what they are, and probably when they are. If I got raided right now, they wouldn't find shit.
Really?
Oh my god, I just hate government so much.
Me too. I got raided before. That was bad.
Me too.
Wait, you
Over
too?
what?
My fucking landlord's fucking nephew, they were raiding the house for him, and I was there. And they
raided what, every house owned by your landlord?
No, it was just the house was connected to it was a two house, if that makes sense.
Oh.
And to get into the house, we had a shared entrance. So when I heard the banging, I opened the door, and then the police just like
Oh, it was a knocker.
Yeah, they started slamming on the door. So I opened the door. They were like, "Who are you?" And I was like, "Oh, I'm Sithis." And then they were like, "Oh, we're not looking for you." They threw me aside and ran inside, started searching everything. And
Why were they there? Do you know?
my landlord's nephew, they were looking for him.
What do you do?
I guess he skipped court or some shit.
I've done that by accident.
Some
I thought
people,
court was on
I
the
mean,
night.
if you skip court, like they'll put a fucking warrant out for you and shit.
Depends what kind of court. I just
yeah.
ended up having my driver's license suspended.
Yeah.
God, okay, so one time a bunch of years back when I had a lot of shit to worry about, by the way, back when I was having like lots of illegal stuff at the house, I'm at home and I hear that dreaded sound. Police for toilet! Police for toilet! And I go open the door to see like fucking 20 cops stacked up on my neighbor's door, neighboring apartment. He was a drug dealer. And he had a pit bull, but the pit bull was in the cage and the neighbor wasn't home. I almost had a fucking heart attack though when I heard the banging and cops. I thought it was for me. And then a few years later, well, I did get raided, but they didn't knock on the door. They bashed the door in with battering rams after throwing flashbangs through the windows.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Those
That
that's
was
I don't like-
because you had like guns when like you had them and you legally acquired them, but then like something changed and then like right
Yeah.
and they became illegal or something for you to own.
Yes, yeah.
That's so
I was allowed to own guns, but then the law change made me not allowed to have guns without me doing anything new. I didn't know about it, so I was just openly owning guns, and it was stupid. It was a fucking witch hunt. The U.S. attorneys like bent over backward trying to find something to prosecute me for.
It's like this guy doesn't believe in the state. We gotta get him.
Basically, that essentially is what happened. The ATF explicitly told me that pretty much.
Wait, really? What do you mean they told you that?
They said, the reason we came after you is for running your mouth online. And by running my mouth, I wasn't like calling for violence or anything. So all they could have possibly been referencing is like just me being an outspoken Ancap, critical of the state, cyberbullying, local police departments, and so on.
Cyberbullying local police departments. What does that look like?
That looks like shit. Like okay, they post a picture of a couple of cops, standing at a table with there's like a bowl, like that you'd smoke weed out of. There's a bowl and there's like 3 grams of weed, and the caption it says, "We are very proud of our deputies who have recovered illegal marijuana from a traffic stop in North blah blah blah."
You.
And cyberbullying.
You're right.
I go into comments and I'm like, who wrote this? The deputy's mom?
Wow, yeah, bro. What a waste of resources.
Okay, my favorite one, it wasn't even an American department. It was a British police department. It was like the Northampton Police Department or something. And it was this baggy-looking cop with a bicycle helmet on. And he was holding a sword. He's holding a fucking sword. And the caption was like, we're happy to have recovered this weapon off of the streets. It was found in a stop, and we're happy to have taken this weapon off the streets. And so my comment on this, where the cops have seized a sword, my comment was like, "Egad, 'tis thy sworn duty to thine crown and thine bastide to ensure such godless rapscallions donning swords be met with the Queen's swift justice. Thank you, thou constable, for thine gracious service to thy kingdom and to the Lord."
Ah, yes.
That's good.
Very good.
I ratioed them with that one. Actually, everybody was ratioing them. Like all of Facebook was just bullying the fuck out of them for that. Yeah, so that kind of shit. I used to do that
Yo,
kind of shit
so
all the
Bishop,
time. Just
do you got a mic? Oh no. Okay, got you. I was just wondering.
oh.
Not many stater tots today, huh?
Oh, they'll come. I just have to put out some stater tot bait. Oh, going into a loud place.
Sounds like some Spanish music.
I don't know. Probably not. No, what's that for? Goodness. Daniel. Thank you. Cute. Do we have any tater tots in here?
No, not yet.
Not yet. Damn. All's in here. Oh my god. The girl behind the counter in the place I just picked up an order might have been the hottest Middle Eastern chick I've ever seen.
What's going
Who's
on?
that? Who we got here?
Let's go, guys.
What do you think
Howdy, who
taxation
is
is
that?
theft?
No. No.
Hey!
Why not?
It's going to good causes.
So,
If I rob you at gunpoint and then give some of the money to like the Make-A-Wish Foundation, was it now not robbery?
Well, it went to somewhere good, so not really, because in the end,
Okay, what is theft? What are robbery and theft? What do they mean?
Oh, I can tell you right now.
What do you mean?
Say I walk up on you, right? Smack the dog piss out of you, say, drop your purse, nigga, and then take everything in your pocket. That's theft. That's thievery.
there you go.
Okay, so regardless of what I
that
do
wasn't my take.
with the money afterwards, so if I do that, then regardless of what I do with the money afterwards, it's theft.
Yeah, regardless of what you do.
No.
Regardless, you could do
no,
anything you want with it.
No. Because
It's the
if it's going to somewhere
theft is
good,
the
then
active.
it's really not anything, because it's like, that should be like, you should be doing that already.
What
do you
if
think?
somebody like, let's say the society says like, we're gonna strip you of your house and give it to a poor person? Would that be okay?
No, that's theft. That would not be okay. That's why that would never happen.
I agree, but I'm not asking you.
Oh, you asking me?
Just be
Yeah,
clear about
you.
that next time.
Oh, what'd you say?
I asked you. Let's say like the government stripped of your house and gave it to like a poor person. Would that be okay? Because it's going to a good cause.
I mean, it would be the way, it would depend on like how they did it. But like, if I knew in advance, then no, because then it would just be easier for me to go and get somewhere else.
So is that a
Okay, so
yes
as
or
long
I
as I
can't
tell
tell
you-
whether or not that was a yes or a no.
As long as I tell you ahead of time that I'm going to forcibly take your house, then it's not stealing. So there's just no property
No.
rights then, basically.
Well, technically it isn't, because you're getting a notice, like, you know in advance, like, then it's,
So if like they
Okay.
give you a notice, it makes it okay. Is that what you're saying?
I mean,
I tell you in
yeah.
Gotcha.
I tell you in advance that I'm going to be having sex with you at gunpoint.
I mean,
It's
that's
not
how
rape because I told you in
works.
advance.
Yeah.
Well, no, because you know in advance, so what would be, it's not like you don't know it's gonna happen. So, I don't understand, it's kind of a stupid argument, there's no way you
I don't
So
think
like,
the act-
wait.
I don't
So
think
if
the-
you tell someone you're gonna have sex with them, and then they say no, I don't want you to do it in the process, just because you told them beforehand, that makes it okay from your standpoint.
You got 5 days, it's going to happen.
Well, yeah, because you're agreeing to like the terms of service of it, basically.
I agree with
You're not like,
You can't withdraw consent. You can't be like, I don't want to do
No,
it.
I
No.
tell you that I'm going to have sex with you in 5 days. You
Wait,
say
no?
no, I don't agree to that.
Wait.
I
You
don't
can't.
agree.
Wait. You can't withdraw consent. You can't say no. I don't want it.
it depends on the situation, but
I mean, well, how about the situation I just gave? Would that be okay to withdraw
you
consent?
mix it up like multiple times, though.
I mean, the situation is that someone's
Yeah, can
telling
lie,
you,
they
hey,
can lie.
someone's coming up to you saying, hey, I'm gonna have sex with you at 5 o'clock tomorrow, and then 5 o'clock tomorrow comes around, and then in the process you say no. Like, are you not? Like, are you still consenting even though you said no?
Technically, yes.
What? Even if you say no?
How did you consent? Foreknowledge is consent.
I
Well,
mean,
at the
it's like
beginning,
making a pinky
like-
promise. Like you gotta.
Yeah, but
gotta
you
do
could
it.
you could withdraw consent, even with even
did you
halfway
put
through a
in
transaction.
You still committed to it.
In this
Yeah.
scenario, there was never consent.
Yeah.
If I just tell you I'm going to have sex with you at 5 o'clock tomorrow, and you're like no, and I'm like you don't get to say no. If you resist, I'm going to shoot you.
That's a whole
Happening
different
at 5
problem, though.
o'clock tomorrow. What?
Yeah, but that's a whole different like part of the issue. Like, why would you let that happen in the first place?
Well, we're just testing your
I'm
criteria.
bigger and stronger. I'm bigger and stronger and better armed than you. Maybe I'm your nurse and you're a quadriplegic.
Okay,
You
well,
can't
here, how
stop.
about this? I have a shotgun, and your little
You're-
muscles aren't gonna do shit.
You're quadriplegic.
No, I'm not.
Assuming
This
you have
scenario,
like
I'm
some
not.
sort of overwhelming force that you can't go against.
And in what situation? What's the context?
I'm gonna call my big bloodhound. Then my big blood.
No,
Hey,
I'm just
I can't
saying,
talk.
like, just we were asking you, like, oh, like, if somebody stole your house and gave it to somebody else for a better cause, you said it would be okay if you gave them a forewarning. So then we asked
Yeah,
you
in advance.
if somebody were to have just like, say, I'm gonna have sex with you tomorrow at 5 o'clock, and then you say no, and then they show up, you show up the next day, and then they have sex with you, and then you say no, you're saying that's consensual.
No, I never said that. I just said
I mean, you did say that. I mean, I
definitely heard the implication that foreknowledge constitutes consent.
well, knowing in advance, you know.
I mean, if that's not what you meant, like, then what did you mean?
It's like if somebody calls you up and says you die tomorrow, and you're like, "Please no, I don't want to," and the person's like, too bad, it ain't up to you. You die tomorrow.
That's right. We gotta send all your tax dollars to Israel. That's right.
Oh,
I mean,
you
just
should
the
kick
fact
this
that somebody called you,
Oh, never mind.
the fact that they called you up and threatened you and told you they're going to kill you tomorrow. Now it's not murder; it's just assisted suicide.
Yeah, because yeah.
I don't know. I think you're kind of switching the goalpost every single time.
No, because we're just testing the criteria in which you just gave us, because you said that if we had forewarning to take your house, if we gave you forewarning that the state was going to take your house, that it would be okay, because you're telling you in advance.
Yeah, technically, yeah.
So then, like, would that apply to like a murder situation? Like, let's say the government says we're gonna kill you tomorrow, and then you said, "Hey, I don't want that," and then the next day comes around and they try to kill you, and you say, "I don't want that." Would that be consensual because they told you ahead of time?
I mean, you're agreeing, like, you know that it's gonna happen.
Yeah, but you're explicitly saying you don't want it.
Yeah, but you already know.
Okay. Taxation?
Wait, I didn't hear.
Dude.
He said yes to your
This
hypothetical.
guy G is an idiot.
Yes, that's what the fuck. What the hell kind of standard is it? Okay, how does
I don't even know how to
foreknowledge-
respond to that, honestly.
Yeah, you're a piece
How,
of shit.
I
G.
feel like this is a troll.
I hope this is like a
It
joke.
doesn't. You guys aren't really explain. I mean, it doesn't. Really, you guys haven't. There's no argument really. It makes sense to me.
I didn't catch that.
He said that it makes sense to him and that we don't have an argument.
My argument is that
Let me explain to him in gangster terms, okay? In gangbanger terms, because I can tell he's from California, right? Okay. Get the Bloods and the Crips, right? Tyrone and Tyrese, okay? They're fighting over who's gonna hang out the park tomorrow, okay? Right? But Tyrone tells Tyrese, he's like, I'm gonna fuck you up and take your drugs, right? So if he tells him that in advance, is that okay for Tyrone to retaliate?
Yeah, because Tyrese already knows it's coming, so why don't he knows to prepare for it?
So that makes
Oh
it
my God, this
okay.
guy.
Well, he has the preparation.
That doesn't
for
make
it.
any sense, because you're basically just
Yeah.
like, I'm gonna shoot you in 2 minutes. All right, boom. Well, that's okay, because he told him ahead of time.
Yeah, dude.
That doesn't make
how do
any
you
sense.
define consent? Okay, a guy who thinks that foreknowledge is consent. How do you define consent? What is consent?
Knowing that it's gonna happen.
That is not consent.
So, I think I think that's a small slippery slope.
Oh my goodness.
Your job is
My
Because
goodness.
there's a lot of there's a lot of atrocities that you can lump into there
Yeah.
that are now consensual, like the Holocaust, like World War II, as like in
Genocide.
general.
You know.
Yeah. And there's a lot there's like things with like what about people that can't consent? Can you now give them the foreknowledge they can automatically consent?
Well, I told them, so hey.
You tell the kindergartner you're going to molest them tomorrow.
All right, don't make that joke again, please.
Yeah, we probably shouldn't say that.
That's fucking weird, dude.
Y'all some pussies.
Well, no, I'm telling you can't say that again.
Yeah, I think you're a grown-ass man, and you're just like, you're thinking about doing weird stuff.
Right, it's his room. He can say what he wants.
Well, no, he can't. I'm telling him he can't.
Well, are you a mod? I'm assuming.
Yes,
Okay.
I am.
Oh,
You should have started off with that.
guy probably has big muscles.
Bro, fuck this server.
Anyways, anyone else have any actual like good tangible arguments against why taxation isn't theft, other than it's okay to kill people who you tell in advance?
Did I win?
See, my brother has alopecia.
Yes, you won. Good job.
Are you just defining tax as theft and then asking people to disprove why it's theft? Or
No, I'm saying that theft is the
because that's
forceful
not a
theft is the forceful extraction of wealth from an innocent person. And taxation is theft because it's the forceful extraction of wealth from an innocent person.
wait. So hold on. So if I ask you if you're defining it that way, you say no, and then you just say you define it that way. Did you understand my first question?
I'm defining theft as the forceful extraction of wealth from an innocent person, and taxation is also that.
So you're defining taxation in the way you define theft. And I asked you if you were doing that a second ago, and you said no. But then you just did
Taxation is more civic.
So you're just defining it that way.
Taxation is when the
it's
government
true.
commits a forceful extraction of wealth.
Well, I said theft is the forceful extraction of wealth, and then I said the state.
If I can
taxation
provide
is when the
you-
state forcefully extracts your wealth. Yeah.
If
So it's not necessarily the same word.
If I can show you that there's like a voluntary exchange in any form of taxation, would you concede?
Sure.
Every
Okay, I
definition
can
of
hold on.
taxation
I got you.
By
I got
definition,
you.
non-consensual.
I can here. I got you. I can voluntarily donate more money to the IRS when I pay my taxes. That's a voluntary exchange.
Yeah, but it's not a
that
tax.
element would be that portion would be a donation.
Yeah, that would be
So
a tax.
every
It's
definition
taxation.
of tax, every definition of tax, both colloquially and in dictionaries and in any other context, every definition of tax includes the word compulsory or mandatory, meaning there's a threat of punishment for not paying.
But hold on. But the other guy just agreed if I can show you a voluntary one that he would concede
Again,
and
that's
change
not a
his
tax.
definition. What do you mean?
Making a donation.
Yeah, a donation is not a tax.
No. When I file my taxes, I can put more money in there, right? I can put more money in the envelope to send to the government, and that's me paying more in taxes. That's not a donation.
I don't think that including more in taxes. I think that would you're adding a donation to your taxes.
Yeah, you're just donating to the government. I
Why
wouldn't
is it?
consider
Why,
that-
how, then
See,
how is it? How
taxation
is it
is
a donation, not a
compulsory.
taxation?
Because
No,
taxation
see,
is
again-
compulsory.
You cannot put more money
But the
than you
problem
owe
is,
with your
I
tax
just asked you a
return
second ago
unless
if
you
you're
lie.
defining tax in that way. You said no, but now you're doing it again. It's the third time you're doing it.
I would invite
Either
you-
you're defining taxes as compulsory or as theft, so that it's trivially true and you're not being informative, or you're actually asking for like an open, honest debate. If you're defining that way, that's fine, but then don't be dishonest and say, oh well, we'll give us an argument.
Well, I
why it
am
is, and if
defining
you're-
it
if
as
you-
compulsory. Yes, it is a compulsory extraction of wealth by the state.
So then you're not actually looking for like a debate or a back and forth here.
Yeah, that's what I'm
you,
saying.
you have it set in your brain. And like I'm an anarchist, but
I mean, it is
the way you're
true. I
defining
mean,
it,
is it
the
not
idea.
true that the taxation is a forceful extraction of wealth by the state?
No.
And what is it?
it usually is, not always.
And what is a tax?
I'm happy paying money to live in the most successful country in the world. I'm fine with that.
So you're fine with everything that your money goes to?
Look, a tax is a
So
fee paid to the
war,
government.
Murder,
the way the
the
government
drug
generally
war, you're
extracts
okay
those
with all
taxes
that?
If
is
that's
through
what they have to do
force.
to protect me, that's perfectly fine.
Well, hold on.
You're okay with everything the government
So the
does?
commonly
Form
accepted definition of tax
1040
is
calculates
generally
a specific
that
number.
Okay,
a
so
tax is
The
a fee
IRS
collected by
will
the
give you a
government.
refund
And the
or
way it
credit
generally
next
collects
year
those
if
they
fees
see they
is
received
through
an
compulsory
overpayment.
compulsory means. But there
Yes,
are means which is not
compulsory,
compulsory.
that's their point.
yeah, if you
No,
do
no,
not
but-
pay,
but again,
all
it's
taxes are
generally-
compulsory. If you
No,
do
they're
not
not.
pay taxes, you
I already
will
gave
be
you an
shot.
example of one that's
Defined
not
as
compulsory.
compulsory.
I've already gave you one that's not compulsory.
Again, that's not a tax.
wasn't a
That's just a
tax.
donation. We've already
No,
explained
no, no.
this.
Now you're redefining tax.
I'm not
No, we're
redefining
not.
tax. I've
You
told
are.
you what how I define
Because I
tax.
told you the definition of tax is a fee paid to the government. I can voluntarily pay a fee to a government, and that's still a tax.
Again,
Not a
it's not a
donation.
fee.
Normally, I don't like to appeal to dictionaries, but just look in the side chat real quick.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. That's the point. That's our point.
That's the dictionary. So
Do you understand the issue? Do you understand the issue with using a dictionary for like a nuanced point?
you asked us
Have
the
you ta- have you-
definition
have
of.
you-
Wait.
no,
You're
no,
the
no.
one that asked us the definition of taxation.
I asked your definition, not Google's definition, not Oxford Dictionary's
But that's the definition
How
we're
do you use
going
it?
by. Wait. But that's the definition we're going by.
So if I can pull out a separate definition, would you accept that?
Setting aside
If
the
it's from a
dictionary,
dictionary?
would you
disagree with
disagree
it.
sincerely with the premise? Would you sincerely disagree with the premise that, generally speaking, when people talk about taxes, they're talking about mandatory payment to the government, not
Can
donations?
How about this? Can you repeat back to me what I said? The definition of taxes. Can you repeat that back to me?
A fee
I'm gonna
paid
make
to
sure
the
you're
tax.
listening.
A fee paid to the
It
state.
was along the lines of
And what was the
must
second
pay-
sentence? What was the second point I added to that first point?
That could be compulsory.
Okay. So if I've already pointed out that generally taxes are compulsory, so it's a sufficient but not necessary condition. If you then add, like that most of the general public thinks they're compulsory. Like I've already granted that. Like there's no concession, there's no debate, there's none of that. It just doesn't make any sense. It's like you're not listening to what I'm saying.
Do you disagree
Do you
with the
disagree?
definition that we just put forward?
Yeah, because I can give examples of non-compulsory taxes, and again, that's going to be that's just going to be like putting extra money in the taxes. You can like volunteer money, like volunteering money to like government organizations. Like if I wanted to if there was like a school library or not school, but like a public library, and I like gave them money. That's
Is that
technically
compulsory?
a tax. It's a tax because
But
it's
is
a
it
fee paid to
compulsory?
the government.
Not a tax
No,
by
it's
definition.
not
Then it's not
compulsory.
compulsory. Then it's not a tax.
No, but see again, I think you're just failing to understand what I'm pointing out over and over and over
I
again.
mean, you could be upset with the dictionary
not a tax.
definition. That's fine, but
Well, I'm
that's
not
what we're
upset.
going with.
I just think that your brain's a little small.
I mean, you can insult me. That's fine, but that's not an argument.
It's not an insult.
Do you
I mean,
disagree with the
okay.
premise? If I were to walk down the street, and a busy street, and ask 100 people, are taxes mandatory? I think that virtually
Now
all
you're
of them.
you're appealing to popularity.
Well,
But
but
that's how we
language is
define things.
language is democratic in nature.
hmm
So yeah, there's no such thing as appeal to popularity in the context of word meanings. The
Yes, there
correct
is.
definition is always
I mean,
the
the
popular
dictionary
Well, no, no.
definition. The dictionary. The people who make the dictionary, they base their definitions on what most people how most people use it. That's kind of how it works.
Taxation is only theft if you don't have a large assumption of money. You're broke.
Facts.
Let's be honest. That's the truth behind it. If you can't afford to live where you live, don't fucking live there. Move to Saudi Arabia, get bombed.
So
move to
because-
fucking Korea.
So because I don't want to
Like-
be robbed, I'm broke.
You're not being robbed. You're just a broke loser. Like I'm being honest.
Okay,
If you're-
no, I
if you
get
can't
it
afford
because
it,
I don't want to be
broke.
robbed. I'm broke. I got you. No problem.
True.
No,
John
if you're
McAfee-
broke, you can't get robbed of anything.
True. Go to
John
Africa,
McAfee,
then you can have your
Yeah,
anarchy.
but I'm not broke. That's
yeah,
sort of the thing.
like
Again, that's not
okay,
an
well, then what are you
argument.
complaining about?
The issue is I'm not broke. The issue is I'm not broke. I have a job. I pay income taxes. I don't want to pay income taxes.
Not enough though. Not enough.
Then get a better fucking job then. You should have been a better.
So because I'm being robbed, I'm broke.
No, you're an idiot, dude. Like,
dude, he's just being an edgy Darwinist, dude. Don't worry.
Got you. No problem. I just love the argument.
On here. Yeah, it's an opinion, and people are getting mad about an opinion. You're getting all
I'm not upset.
Well, because your tone, you're getting louder and louder.
I was matching your energy.
No, I was not. Any sort of way.
Well, I was. Yeah. John
McAfee paid over $50 million in taxes.
Well, that's because he created the worst antivirus.
Yeah, pretty much.
And
so he deserves his money to be robbed?
Yeah, his antivirus sucks, yeah.
If he makes something that fucking sucks, then yeah.
You don't have to use it.
People across economic strata fall victims to taxation.
Yeah, but
even poor people have to pay taxes.
But they know it's coming.
Especially
work harder. I don't get it.
These are oh my god, these are probably the worst arguments I've ever heard in my life. My goodness.
These are just
They're bad because you don't know how to respond.
If you're broke, get a job. If you don't have make enough money, make more money. Get a better job.
If you don't want to be robbed, get more money. If you don't want
to be robbed, run the opposite direction of the black guy walking on the street. Like what? Are you an idiot?
Yeah, but it's not a black guy robbing me, it's the state.
Generally speaking, when somebody says that taxation stuff, they're not looking for life advice.
Here we go.
What state do you live in?
So here, if you want a good example, do you want an example of more examples of taxes that aren't compulsory?
They are by definition compulsory.
Yeah, by definition it is compulsory. So I mean,
I'm going to provide you an example of taxes that aren't compulsory. So you're definitely.
We're just going to say that it's not a tax then if it's not compulsory. So
yeah, if you're giving your money to the government willingly, it's not a tax. It's a fee or some sort of a donation. But then again, the whole idea behind a tax is that if you do not pay it, the state will come and arrest you. That's the idea. Tax.
But they don't do that.
They do.
They do. What?
I mean, shit. If you want to try it out, go. By all means.
Has it happened to you?
Or they'll seize your property, or they will seize your property and they'll arrest you if you resist, or kill you if you resist arrest.
I mean, ask Will Smith. He literally got his house and cars and everything taken away from him because his couple. I think it was like his first album, second album, whatever. He made it a lot of money, but he didn't pay taxes, and they took all his shit.
Yeah, that was his fault.
Will Smith has a good album.
That's his
fault. How was it his fault?
I mean, back in the old days, he was popular.
State's fault for robbing him.
Yeah, he deserves. It was his money. He earned it.
Bro, if you didn't.
Yeah, but the roads he drives on need to get paid.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
You have a fucking roof over your head. Like what? That's retarded.
Taxation is theft.
My house does not come from the government. I would still have my house without the government. In fact, I would probably have a better house.
Also, you can have roads without government.
The government runs everything that has to do with our country, dumbass. Runs the
country.
Not
everything.
I think countries are stupid. I think countries are stupid bullshit. I don't need a country.
Yeah, well, why don't you go get an island?
I don't need a government.
Nah, dude.
No, I want to be with.
I think it's kind of crazy for the anarchists to be like talking so good about the government.
I think you'd want a government. Maybe not a state, but you definitely want a government.
Okay,
because the government is just a means of organization, like at a societal level.
I mean, if you're gonna be semantic, I wouldn't disagree.
That's not semantic, retard. Learn the word. There's a state, which is a policy with with the ability to unilaterally tax and with an monopoly on violence. No.
I get your butt hurt.
Hold on. No, you guys just bitched and deep throated each other of the definition of a tax. Yeah. So when you want to talk about the definition,
I'm not disagreeing. I literally said if you want to be semantic, I'm not disagreeing with you.
You are. It's not semantic. It can't be semantic. It really can't.
Usually, people generally use the words state and government interchangeably.
Yeah,
that's incorrect. Yes. That's an incorrect usage. Then it's an incorrect usage. Now that you know that that's an incorrect usage, we can talk. We can actually have a fruitful conversation, right? Or are you going to just use the definition wrong?
Why are you so mad, bro? Calm the fuck down.
Why are you so mad?
No one's wrong. No one's mad. You guys bitch about definitions. Hold on. No, you guys bitch about definitions, and then when someone points out you're using the word incorrectly, you are. You just bitch right now. Oh no, you just did.
How did you bitch?
You just specifically said, "Oh, well, if you're going to be pedantic about it, that's bitching."
I said semantic.
I don't think you know what those words mean.
All right.
Yeah.
Do you understand, like, in political
That
science? Do you understand in
is-
political science there's a difference between the state and the government?
Yes.
Okay, so then why are you bitching about semantics?
I'm not bitching. I never bitched
You did.
once. No,
you
I
said,
did
"Oh, if you're being
not.
semantical." Did you
I
not?
said, yeah, sure. If you're being want to be semantic, then I agree with you.
It's not semantical.
I was not bitching. I was
Because-
literally
because
agreeing with
it's a
you.
category-
I was literally
because it's a
agreeing with you. I
category
was
error.
agreeing with
It's
you.
a
Hello,
category.
I was agreeing with
It's a
you.
category
Hello,
error.
I was
It's
agreeing
not
with you.
semantics.
I'm not disagreeing with you. Hello.
You
I'm
are.
not
You said
No, I'm
semantics.
not.
I'm pointing out
Hello.
it
I'm
can be
telling you right
semantics when it's
now.
a category error.
I'm telling you right now that I don't disagree with you. Hello. Listen to my
there.
words.
Listen.
If you define a government broadly as organization of society, I would also go as far as to say you don't need an umbrella organization pertaining to all of society.
You might want one.
I don't want one. That is to say, for instance, Zaxby's. I'm looking at a Zaxby's. It's a chicken restaurant, right? That's an organization of people, is Zaxby's, right? There's an organization in the form of the Make-A-Wish Foundation. That's another organization. I don't think there needs to be any kind of organization for all of society.
So you heard the word organization, and you're trying to apply it as like some type of body, like a company. When I'm talking about societal organization, I'm talking about something resembling like a state board where you have a mayor, et cetera, et cetera.
I know what I understand what he's trying to say. Basically, taxation. What he's trying to say is that a state is the criminal organization that is legitimized by the people to, represent them and tax people and violate people's rights. It's been legitimized because people agree with it, whereas a government would just be a group of people that are tasked with protecting people. That could be some sort of private rights enforcement agency. They wouldn't be a state, but they would be some sort of governing agency that would be looking over people.
But if they're just one of many competitors, would you still call them a government?
Well, I would say they're a government in the sense that they are governing. They're protecting you, and
you can have many people. You can have many people competing,
but it would be a voluntary government. It wouldn't be a
yeah.
state government. So there's a difference between that's why a lot of anarchists. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, anti-fascist. I was just gonna say that's why a lot of anarchists they tend to differentiate between a state government and a voluntary government. A voluntary government would just be like you on your own property, and let's say you're on your own property, and you set rules, and you say, hey, only people that do this can be on my property, and you stop people from entering with weapons and things like that. I would say you're basically governing, and you're the government of your own property, but you would be a voluntary government. You wouldn't be a state government. And that's how a lot of
you can have townships, counties, etc. exist with a government that is not a state
because again, it would be owned. It would be owned by some person, and then they're basically have some private security or something like that, or like a company town.
Well, you can have, but you can have collective ownership. You can say that hey, there's there's a specific group of people that are elected. You can have these as even elected officials.
Assuming that no one's violating.
Everyone voluntarily agrees to adhere to those societal norms.
Yeah, assuming nobody. Yeah, assuming nobody's forcing anybody into it or initiating force against anyone.
Yeah, you can say, look, here's a set of rules in place. There are rights and enforcement agencies that adhere to these rules in place, and they guarantee these rights, or that enforce these rights via contract. And then you also have a set of rules of that people have to follow. Leading in all voluntarily contractual. And if people choose not to follow those rules, the contracts are null and void, and they get punished.
That's assuming that assuming that they got their
work.
property through voluntary transaction or original appropriation, as of course the state did not. But you would be allowed to set any rules on your property.
Here's the thing about creating some voluntary equivalent of a state, where it may be initially consensual, unanimously amongst every single person in a town. That seems unlikely, but even if hypothetically that does happen. If they have a monopoly on force, I think that's a recipe to very quickly have an involuntary.
Do you have a monopoly on force on your property?
Well, we're talking about individual property owners in this situation, as opposed to a whole city or country.
He said, I heard township and county and stuff, right? So I'm picturing a town when it's got this one organization that somehow every single person in the town has agreed to a relationship with this one organization, some kind of a contractual arrangement.
Well, I could see something.
Even if it's voluntary, I think even if it is initially voluntary, I think if they have a monopoly on force, it's very quickly going to become a state. It's going to become an involuntary mandatory relationship that simply by virtue of living in that town you're being subjected to, even if you don't want to.
Well,
But then that begs the question, right? So all you're saying is now that like individual homeowners, all of their properties become mini states, and right now you're no longer an anarchist. So I don't think you want to go.
They're
that
not
route.
mini states.
No, I would.
No,
I would.
be.
I do
If you
think.
have- if you-
I would say there would be many governments, but I would not say there were many states. I would say protect. Like what I would say is that if let's say we had like
I don't want to people own my property.
Let's say we
Just
had a
'cause it's my
guy
property
who
doesn't
bought.
mean there's people there.
Let's say there was a guy who like homesteaded a large area, and he built a bunch of houses in this large area, and then he rented those houses out, and then he said, to any person that I rent to this person to that stays on my land has to give me a portion of this percentage of income to stay on the land in exchange for protection. Then I would say that would be a form of voluntary governance.
That is also a very weird model. I mean, it's done sometimes, I guess.
I could imagine something like that happening. I mean, I mean, it may be maybe not common, but I could imagine something like that working, right?
So I think you're forgetting, like, so there's two primary definitions of state. One is monopoly on violence. Two is the ability to unilaterally tax. So unless these states, so like even if you say like, oh, these townships could potentially form into states, that's only true if they have the ability to unilaterally tax. If everything's done via contract basis, where you have political and like social power spread out so far that states can't form, then it'll never turn into a state.
Well, one thing I do disagree with you on, respectfully, is I do think that my definition, I would consider the state to be a legitimized criminal organization, whereas in this situation, I would not consider it to be a criminal organization. So I would say it would not be a state. I would say it would just be a voluntary government.
Well, then you don't have a set definition for it, and that's the problem.
Well, the sense that it's a criminal organization that's legitimized. Yeah,
but that's a very circular like definition, and like
How is that
all
circular?
definitions. Well, because criminal organization is going to be contingent on the laws,
Well,
and the
we
laws are
believe
going
in
to be contingent, and the laws. Well, it's not. NAP is not a law. So
It is the
no, it's not.
We're not talking.
It's not a
We're
law.
not like.
We believe that the NEP should be the law. We believe in the non-aggression principle.
But so I think you're using weird. That's like a weird usage of the term law, because a law doesn't mean rule. Law doesn't mean rule.
I
We
think there's
believe
an
the NEP
is
should be the law. Like that's what we believe. That's.
Yes, but that doesn't mean it is.
I know
No,
I
but
know
we're
it
cool
isn't
with
the
it.
law now. Obviously, I'm just saying that's what we believe. That as libertarians,
But I think
that's what we believe.
like there's too many good critiques on like the NAP. Like there are obviously aggressions that everyone like agrees to. Like life-saving care is going to be an aggression that everyone agrees to.
I don't
Taking
agree.
care of children is going to be a life-saving care that everyone agrees to.
I don't agree.
You don't agree with life-saving care?
Nope.
So if you were bleeding out and your mouth didn't work, you're saying that you would be upset that someone would save your life?
I don't think
If
that
they
would
were
be
being
aggression.
forced.
What do
they
you
were
mean
being
aggression?
forced.
If you can't consent, then it's aggression.
I mean, you could
The
consent
contingent
beforehand.
definition of the contingent definition. Well, what if none of those people are around?
Oh well, then
You can make an inference about the will of somebody who.
No, you
has-
can't. The NAP does not give you an allowance
you
for
can.
inferences. No, it doesn't.
For example, if your baby needs open heart surgery, and it can't wait for the baby to be old enough to say, "Yeah, give me the open heart surgery." It's not aggression to give the baby the open heart surgery.
Baby can't consent. What do you mean?
Well, there's an issue. The problem is that we believe in guardianship role, which is
Yes, and,
essentially
and the guardianship is one of the primary arguments against the NAP. Because parents need to be able to make decisions for children where they can't consent. Sending children to school when they don't want to go is a violation of an aggression.
problem is children
making kids
can't
go to school.
Children can't make their own decisions.
Exactly,
Well,
which is why the
hold on.
NAP doesn't work.
No, it's that you're misinterpreting the NAP.
No,
You're assuming
you're misapplying your own
No,
principle.
listen to taxation.
Hold on,
Just
hear him
listen.
out. Hear him out.
Dude, I've listened.
So I guess you don't want to hear other. You just want to hear yourself talk. You just want to hear yourself talk.
I've listened to
Okay,
this
so then let him hear him out. Then hear him out.
You don't
Hold
even
on.
know the argument.
You don't even know the argument he's going to make.
every single person who is alive from the time they were born has demonstrated an interest in survival, the avoidance of harm and pain. And if somebody is in no capacity to say, yes, give me this life-saving treatment, I'm bleeding out, stop me from bleeding out. If it's not within their capacity to say that right now, you can make a rational inference based on their lifelong demonstrated interest in survival that they want you to save their life. They can't say they want you to save their life, but they would want you to save their life.
You can't make a
Likewise,
lifelong inference. You can't make an inference based on that person's lifelong interest if you don't know them. Correct?
I think you can. Every
Yes, you
single
can.
person.
No, what?
They wouldn't be alive. They would not be alive right now had they not demonstrated that interest.
That's not true. They could be being kept alive against their will.
Well, the thing is, right? If you don't know the person's will, the only thing that you're allowed to do is preserve the person's life until their will is known. So you're not allowed to violate in terms of damage the property in terms of their body, but the only thing you're allowed to do is preserve their body. So, for instance, let's say
okay to aggress on people if you think you're
it's
giving
not
them
an
life-saving
aggression.
care.
It's
It
not
is
an
an
aggression.
aggression. By
Hold on,
definition,
excuse
it's an
me.
aggression.
Hold on, let me finish.
Here, how about
let's-
this? You type out your definition of NAP.
Let me finish.
Because we can't go
Let me
anywhere.
finish. Let me finish.
What you're saying is going to
Let
be
me
gobbledygook
finish.
until
Let
you give
me
the
let me
definition in the
finish.
side
Let
chat. You spamming the chat isn't getting us anywhere.
But let me finish. So what I was going to say is, let's say you're walking down the street and you see your friend's or some guy's house on fire, and you have a fire hose, and you decide to take that fire hose and put out the fire. You're not violating that person's right, and the reason why is because if you see someone's house on fire, what you're doing is you're not damaging that person's property. All you're doing is preserving that person's property until the person's will is known in that situation. And the thing is basically the same.
How am I not damaging
and
the
it
person's
works,
property?
And it works the same way with a person's body. So if you use CPR in order to revive a person, you're not damaging that person's body. All you're doing is
This is already
preserve. All you're
falling
doing is preserving the person's body until the person's will is known.
This is already falling apart because if I go to someone's house and spray their house with a water hose, I'm in fact damaging their property.
Not if it's on fire.
Yes, it is.
No.
Yes, it is.
No.
Houses are
How is that
houses
so?
are generally
You're
relatively
stopping the house
water-
from being damaged.
No.
They're designed to-
You are
they're
so you
designed to
are.
raise on-
That's not how it works. So, the non-aggression principle states that. Here, actually, you know what? I need you to put your definition of non-aggression principle.
No
in
one has the
chat.
right to initiate force
Okay.
That's
against an
So
innocent person.
me spraying someone else's property with a water hose is initiating force.
It's not, because you're putting out a fire.
It's not.
Because what you're
So-
doing,
so
what
as
you're
long
doing
as-
is
so as long
hold
as
on,
I can
stopping
prove-
something
No,
from
no,
being
no, no,
damaged.
no.
What you're doing is you're stopping something from being damaged. You're not damaging it. You're stopping something from being damaged. That's not damaging it. There's a difference.
That's not what force means. That is not what force means.
I know. I agree.
When you
You're
do-
not using
when you
force. That's
do
why
it,
it's not an
You are, no,
aggression.
you are using force. So the
No, you're
so
not.
use of force
All you're
has
doing
nothing
is
to
you're
do with
preserving the
damage.
property.
Use of force has nothing to do with damage.
You're not exactly.
you
You're not
do
damaging the
use-
property. You're preserving it.
when you do interventions.
I don't think you.
along the lines of
I want you to type out what you just said.
You're not damaging
think
the
when
property.
you-
You're stopping it from being damaged by putting it
When
out.
you-
Using force has nothing to do with damage.
When
I
you
never
use
said that.
when you apply
You did. You
intervention,
did.
when you apply
You said
intervention,
it is not force. You said it is specifically not force because you're not damaging the property.
Yeah.
Do you know what modus ponens and modus tollens are?
What? When you're putting out a fire,
I got you. Hold on.
you're
No.
stopping somebody's house from
don't
burning
go back
down.
To hypothetical.
When
Don't go
you're
back to hypothetical.
it's very
you know
easy.
what modus tollens and modus ponens are.
Obviously, I don't.
They're simple. They're simple
What's
logic
wrong?
tools. If P then Q, P therefore Q. Right? Modus ponens, modus tollens. If P,
Again, if you're putting out a
not
fire,
P,
you're not
Q,
damaging the
not
property.
Q,
You're
therefore
stopping
not
it from
P.
being damaged.
So, if the definition of force if the definition of force does not include damage, right? That's what you said.
I didn't say that.
Why is you did say that?
I said
You
that you're not
force-
damaging the. No, what I said is you're not damaging the property. Therefore, you're not using force.
Okay, so force is the contingency on the definition of force is damage.
No, yes. You'd have to have some sort of measurable damage done to the property, but you're not damaging it. You're putting out the fire. You're stopping it from being damaged.
Okay, so hold on. So if your front door's
taxation, you can
unlocked,
go.
hold on, I got you. So if your front door's unlocked, I can walk in, correct? I don't need your permission. There's no damage being done if your front door's unlocked. I can walk in, correct?
I think the damage dialogue is the wrong conversation to have.
No. I'm nailing him on this point. Don't change the point. Do not change the point. You have a terrible understanding of the NAP. Damage has nothing to do with the NAP. Consent is what the NAP is about. It is 1,000,000% contingent on consent. That's what Walter Block argues. That's what Hans Hermann Hoppe argues.
I agree that it has to do with consent.
That's what all of them argue. No, you do disagree because you said the contingency is damage, not consent.
Yeah, but again, in this situation,
the contingency is consent. It is not damage.
Again,
it does not matter if you're not. It does not matter if you're not causing damage.
Can I answer the question? Okay, I'll wait. Let me know when I can answer the question.
Yeah, I'll let you know. So the determining factor is not damage, because I can walk onto your property, I can pick up your rake, and I can go and use it on your property to do things that doesn't construe damage, that doesn't cause damage. But everyone in this room besides you would still consider that to be a violation of the NAP, correct? Everyone else?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yes.
Okay.
But
then.
Again,
so you're incorrect.
So when you're talking about the guardianship role, right? If somebody is passed out or you have a child around you, and the will of that person is not known, the only thing that you're allowed to do is preserve that body, all right? And what you're not allowed to do is damage that property. The only thing you're allowed to do is preserve that property until the person's will is known. So for instance, go ahead then, taxation then.
The reason that you are allowed to preserve, that it's not an NAP violation to preserve their body, but it would be to damage their body, is because consent fundamentally is an expression of will. However, there are some scenarios where it is not available for somebody to express their will, and you can soundly make inferences about their will would be, such as the house on fire or the person bleeding out.
Yes.
You can then enact their will, and you run the risk of aggression if you turn out to be wrong. If the person, for instance, was trying to commit suicide and you blocked it, that is aggression.
Mm-hmm.
However, and in that scenario, there may be some degree of compensation made. But when you act to try to enact somebody's will, if you are correct about what their will was, which in many cases you can reasonably presume, such as the person bleeding out who's got a knife sticking out of their belly, but they're unconscious or something. They've got, somebody's house is on fire while they're on vacation, something like that. Then most likely you are enacting their will, thus not committing any aggression. However, you simply run the risk. Likewise, in the case of the baby that needs open heart surgery and cannot be asked right now, do you hereby consent to the surgery? You can reasonably presume they want it. And then if hypothetically they want to later sue you for it, I guess theoretically they could argue for it, but it's certainly not inherently aggression. At worst, you run the risk of committing aggression.
Yeah.
When you assume consent.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think the NAP is utilitarian or deontological?
Deontological, absolutely.
Okay. Do you know what deontology is? I don't think you do.
A set of absolute moral principles.
Okay, an absolute moral principle. So that means the means are as important as the ends, correct? When we talk about moral value, moral outcomes, the means to the end, the rule essentially, is going to be the contingency on what is good or bad, correct? That is what deontology is.
That would at least would be part of what distinguishes deontology from utilitarianism or consequentialism.
Well, utilitarianism is a form of consequentialism. So, if a moral system like the NAP is deontological, the consequences, aka whether or not there's a fact of the matter about whether you're carrying out someone's will, it means it's not deontological. Deontology is about specific rules and that they are absolute. It is not a fact. It is not, because we could be carrying this person's will out, it's actually okay to do this and it's not aggression. That's not deontology. Deontology is those are all aggressions because that person has not given consent, regardless of whether or not they can give consent, whether that person is conscious to give consent. Those are still aggressions based on deontology. You would take the consequential. Hold on. you would take the consequentialist approach given by David Friedman to modify the NAP to say, hey, it's actually more effective to use a consequentialist approach, because then you can say, oh, well, we can accept certain transgressions like life-saving care, like sending children to school, etc. Those acceptable transgressions.
Wait a minute, not that one.
Hold on, no. Turning the NAP from deontology to utilitarian, essentially, to consequentialism, fixes these issues, because if you're going to approach it from deontology, you can't do any of those things, because those are all rule breaks, those are all aggression. Walter Block and David Friedman had a debate about this for 2.5 hours on this specific topic, and they ironed it out. I guarantee you, none of you have seen that debate. It's online.
So here's the issue.
You're approaching this the complete wrong. You're approaching it from the wrong way. You can't be morally consistent and take a deontology position and do the things you're talking about.
Okay,
you
so
have to take
here's
from
the, hold on, let
utilitarian.
me respond real quick. I just got a quick response to this. The problem with your argument is, in order to violate a person's consent, the person's will has to be known, and you have to willingly violate that person's will. The problem here,
that's not true at all.
That is how it is. That is how consent works.
No.
No?
So if someone's unconscious and I start having sex with them, I'm not violating their will by your definition, right? That's what you just said.
You may not be
I'm not violating their will.
You're not violating their consent, but you're violating their rights.
No. What do you mean?
Because you're
I'm not violating their will,
they're damaging their body.
How am I damaging their body? I'm taking care of their body.
No, what you're doing is you're having sex with it, so you're damaging it. You're not preserving.
Wait, why? Sex isn't damage. What are you talking about?
It is damaging.
How?
Because you're having sex with it.
No, that's question begging.
Yeah,
no. Don't let King get away from this. King,
does having sex?
What is damaging about it?
Does having sex preserve the body?
Yes.
No, it does not.
What is it?
Then if it didn't, then people wouldn't have sex.
Nope.
It's not
People don't have.
Wait.
People don't have sex to preserve their own body or
yes,
preserve another person.
Yes, they do. Mental health. People have sex because it brings about.
So yeah, but you're not doing that for their mental health. You're doing that for your mental health. That's not preserving their body.
Their mental health is unaffected. Everything about them is unaffected.
That's just a stupid argument. So
it's not a stupid argument.
Again, so you could violate. You could violate another. Hold on. So if you walk on. So let me give you another example.
You can't violate them.
Let me give you another example. Let me give you another example.
No,
for instance, let's say if you go on, let's say, okay,
because
hold on. I'm gonna lower your volume if you don't stop talking.
You can lower my volume, but this person can't.
Okay, so I'm just gonna make my argument then. So my argument is, let's say you're on another person's property and you walk on their property.
He's not
but
listening.
You don't really know.
He's talking.
I don't care.
Think he cares.
So you,
I don't think he's gonna. The problem is, I don't think he cares about your example.
Yeah, I don't care if he doesn't care. I'm gonna still say it. So because it bothers him. So what I was going to say is that let's say that you're walking on an down on in the woods or something like that, and let's say some random guy basically says, "Hey, you're on my property." At that moment, you didn't necessarily violate their consent, but you did violate their property rights because you went on their property without their permission. So you can violate another person's property rights or damage another person's property without necessarily violating their consent. So in this situation, if a person is unconscious and you have sex with it, meaning damaging that person's property, you may not be violating their consent, but you are damaging that person's property, which would then be a violation of that person's rights. All right, now I can hear you.
Okay. It is not possible to violate the non-aggression principle without violating somebody's will. You have to behave in a fashion towards somebody's body or property that is antithetical to their will. You can, in many circumstances, take an action that is perfectly congruent with somebody's will that does not that they did not give consent to. For example,
I'll ask you taxation. I need to ask you that this question's contingent on everything you're going to say. If someone's unconscious, is it violating their will to have sex with them?
Not inherently. For example, I've woken up having my dick sucked. It was absolutely not rape. I was very in favor of it.
Well, it depends on whether or not you're okay with it.
So having sex with unconscious people is not rape. It's taxation.
I disagree.
I said not inherently.
Yes, it is. Someone being unconscious, you touching someone unconscious. Actually, you know what? You were so. Hold on.
The gorilla.
Actually,
Hold
no.
on,
Stop the conversation
taxation
here.
in
I'm
that
actually going to
situa-
invoke mods here.
Taxation.
Stop.
In that
I'm going to mute
situation-
all of you. Shut up. Do not say that again. Because
say
what
what?
you're just saying, you're saying that it's okay to rape people. So don't say that again.
No, absolutely
You just
not.
did.
No,
You
no,
just
he
did.
didn't. He's not trying.
No, he
to
did say that. He did say that. He just said
You
that having
probably
sex with someone while they're unconscious
Can
is
you let him
not
answer
a
the
violation.
question?
No,
Can
I
you let him-
can't. No, we're gonna switch topics.
Dude, you
No,
gotta
no, no.
stop being so autistic.
No, no,
You're
no,
You're not
great,
letting
bro.
him
No,
answer.
no.
No, you're being really
No,
bad
this
faith.
is a
dude.
Discord TOS thing. Discord
No,
TOS.
you're being
Anti-vax,
extremely
switch it.
bad faith. You
No,
literally
it's not bad
accused
faith.
him of
Discord
saying that he
TOS.
supports rape, and you're not even letting him explain
Discord
himself.
TOS. Switch
But you're
topics.
literally saying that he supports rape, and you're not
Discord
letting him
TOS.
explain himself.
Discord TOS. Switch
So
topics.
you're a bitch. You're running away from the You're running away from the
God,
argument
you are
that
such
you
a
made.
cocksucker.
Yeah, you're a little
He's
coward.
not saying that, bro. He's not saying that. Okay?
You're a literal
Just stop
fucking
being
coward,
autistic.
dude. You made an argument. He responds to it, and then you invoke the TOS like a pussy.
Okay, I'm not about to say anything. That might conceivably be construed to violate TOS. I do want to clarify, I am not at all suggesting that if you should just happen upon a person, decide they're attractive, and have sex with them, that's not rape. That is, of course, rape, and that's completely unacceptable. And I would not and did not defend such a thing.
Yeah, he obviously didn't mean that. He was talking about a situation where the person's will is known. So if you, let's say you're asleep and your girlfriend wakes you up by giving you a blowjob, then that's not necessarily
I
rape.
think this part,
Yeah.
I think this is the part you would find TOS questionable. I was just clarifying just now what I was not saying.
Yeah. I think he was just upset that he was losing the argument, and he wanted to.
There's no loss of argument.
Yeah.
What wasn't here? What was my hypothetical? Repeat it back to me, King. Go ahead.
Basically, you said that if somebody is asleep, are you allowed to have sex with them? And I said
That's
no.
not what I said. Not what I said.
And what did you say?
I said if you come across someone that's unconscious, can you have sex with them?
I said no.
Not. Does your partner or someone that you have given prior consent with? I said if you come across someone who's unconscious, can you have sex with them? Taxation said that's not inherently violating their consent. Yes, it is. If you come across someone that is unconscious, it is necessarily a violation of their consent and will to have sex with them. If you're talking about your partner, your wife, your husband, your boyfriend, etc., where you have already established prior consent to specific actions, I agree it is not a violation, but that wasn't the hypothetical. So maybe you misunderstood the hypothetical, which is completely fine, which is why I tried to stop you from what you were saying, because I guess you forgot it or didn't hear the hypothetical correctly.
Maybe I did not hear it correctly. I did not hear you eliminate the premise of like it's a prior existing relationship or something. But now I'm curious. What if you have a husband and wife and they've been together for 20 years? They know each other very, very well. They have never actually discussed the prospect of doing things to each other in their sleep. However, the wife is pretty sure that she knows her husband quite well, and she decides to, start doing stuff while he is asleep. And then he wakes up thrilled that she's doing it. This was totally in line with his will. His wife made a correct guess. Would you say that a rape has taken place?
Yeah. I think most people, like, especially when you get into like,
I would disagree with that a little bit, because I feel like
that's something you should talk about.
I feel like if you know the person well enough, I think
I think if you talk to a lawyer about that, they're going to tell you it's rape.
We're talking about our personal ethics. We're not really talking about the law.
lawyers,
like, obviously,
in
like,
personal
like
ethics,
US law, bro.
yeah, we're talking about personal ethics. I don't know what the law
in
is.
personal ethics, it's even worse.
Well, I would say, like, okay, this is how I view it, and this is how I view it. All right, if a person is asleep, their will isn't known. So you're not necessarily violating their will, but you are violating their rights because you're damaging
If you
their
don't
property.
know, you are necessarily violating their will.
Well, to violate a person's will, you would have to know their will.
So, do you?
Wait a minute,
But it is a-
hold on. Do you treat will like you do consent?
Sithis, I think you're
I
wrong.
mean,
on
that is consent.
I don't.
No.
That's how you
Okay,
determine
hold on,
whether
hold on.
someone's
Perfect.
consent.
Hold on, taxation. You're going to say the exact thing I'm going to say. anything but yes is a no. That's how consent works. Anything but yes is no.
That's not what I was going to say.
But if you're going to treat will,
no, I was going to say is if somebody makes your will known,
if you're going to treat will and consent, the same way, anything but yes is no. So if their will is unknown, that's a no. That's how it works.
Not necessarily.
The person needing medical treatment and they're unconscious or something, we wouldn't say that anything but yes is a no. I don't think that's true.
Yeah, so I would, from the libertarian ethic, we would say the only thing you would have the right to do is preserve their life. You would not have the right to damage their life.
That is not the libertarian position.
That is the libertarian position. Just read any article on guardianship, and it will say the only thing you have the right to do.
I have a 2-hour debate from
excuse me. Can I finish my
Adding
statement?
a love interest is never a bad idea.
The only thing that you're allowed to do is preserve.
Anarcho-capitalism is an ideology.
The only thing that you're allowed to do is preserve the person's life, but you're not allowed to damage the person's body until you know their will. And that's
so again, the most prolific and widely respected libertarian writer that is alive today says you are incorrect.
That's fine. He's wrong.
David Freeman points this out.
David Friedman.
David Friedman. Yeah, I don't agree with David Friedman on most things. I mean everything.
Yeah, and David Friedman.
I mean, I like David Friedman, but I don't agree with him on everything.
David Friedman had this conversation with Walter Block over the last 30 years about the NAP.
Yeah, I like Milton Friedman, but I can disagree with him on some things, right?
We're not talking about Milton Friedman. We're talking
David
about
Friedman.
his son.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, David
Friedman is an Ancap.
Sometimes I get them mixed up. My bad. I'm sorry. Okay, that's fine. He can think I'm wrong all he wants. I disagree with him. This isn't like you do realize that not all Ancaps agree on everything. Sometimes we disagree, right? You do realize he's a Chicago school economist, right? And I'm an Austrian school economist. Me and him disagree on many things.
You just contradicted yourself. So when you say that the libertarian ethics position is this,
yes,
and then you just said, well, actually, not all Ancaps
I wouldn't consider him to be a real anarcho-capitalist libertarian.
What are you talking about?
No, most people don't consider him to be a real Ancap.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't. No, incorrect. Yeah, you're just wrong about that.
The Austrian school agrees that he is an Ancap.
No, he's not.
No. Walter Block says it. Franz Hermann Hoppe says it. They all say it.
You could argue that he's not. You could argue that he's not a deontological libertarian, but that doesn't stop him from being.
He's a consequentialist. Yeah, he's a consequentialist libertarian.
The deontological. Okay, so then I'll amend my claim. The deontological libertarian view on it is what I just said.
Yes, and it's a terrible view because
you can disagree with it, but there's nothing contradictory about it.
You're contradicting yourself.
How?
Because I've just told you, you just don't want to accept.
You don't have the right to damage other people's property. Yeah, I get it. You don't have.
No, that's not. But that's not what the NAP says. The NAP says you can't initiate force.
Yeah, you can't initiate force against people's property.
Saying that.
Yeah.
No, not people's property.
Damaging someone's property is initiating force against it. Yes.
No. But there are other things where you initiate force where you're not damaging someone's property.
Yes,
I think any violation of the NAP inherently requires doing something to someone or their property against their will. Even if somebody does not actually consent to do a thing, doing the thing may or may not be against their will.
Yeah, but if a person is knocked out or a child, they don't have a will. So the only thing you have the right to do is keep it alive.
If you are a deontologist, you do not care about the consequence of the action. You care about the means of the action.
We're not talking about the consequences.
We're not talking about the consequences.
You are talking about the consequences.
We're literally talking about the means. You don't have a right to initiate force
King,
against
you specifically said
are unconscious.
What is contingent is the will. So after the fact, when you find out whether or not you were in accordance with her will, is what... No. Hold on.
Consent is contingent on your will.
You specifically said...
I get you're misunderstanding what I said.
Here, let me fix this. Here, I'm fixing this. So you specifically said that whether or not something is wrong in terms of violating the non-aggression principle is contingent on whether or not that person says that... Or after the fact. So if the person's unconscious, and you do something
That's
to
not
them,
what I said.
whether or not it's a violation is contingent on whether they say it is. That is a consequential
Yeah,
view
so you're
of the
arguing
NAP,
against
not
somebody
a
else.
deontological view of the NAP. Because guess what? The deontological view of the NAP doesn't have, oh, well, if this happens, the ontological view says if X happens, then Y is the case. Not if X happens and then Y is the case. Oh, well, actually, after the fact, they said this. That is not deontology. You have no understanding of what deontology is. I think you need to go reread what Walter Block talks about. If you're an Austrian economist, you would go read what Walter Block says about the NAP. I think you need to go reread it again because he doesn't give a place for these scenarios. Oh, well, after the fact, it's contingent on whether or not they agreed to it. That is not what Walter Block says in his views of the NAP.
There wouldn't be a conflict.
Because this is where taxation and King are deriving their viewpoint from is specifically Walter Block.
Can I respond?
I don't think it's. I don't think
Can I respond?
Because the NAP, the only person that talks about the NAP
No, he just wants to
Walter
cut
Block
me out
in
of
the
responding. He just wants to
no,
lecture
Hopper-
me. He doesn't want to let me answer.
Walter Block gets his view from Hopper, which is argumentation.
All the way around. All the way around.
No,
That's incorrect. That's incorrect.
Hopper
That's
invented
completely incorrect.
argumentation ethics, right? And he got it right from his time from working at the Frankfurt School, from when Habermas and Apple, like what the it's a clear link of German deontological philosophy, like Jesus Christ.
Trex, I want to ask you something real quick, and I want you to tell me if what I'm saying is wrong. Okay, could you do this for me real quick?
Yes.
Okay, so what I said is, it isn't initiating force isn't always necessarily about consent, right? It's about damaging. It's also about damaging a person's property. So, for instance, I'm going to give an example of how you could initiate force against somebody without necessarily violating their consent. So, for instance, let's say you're walking down a road and you stumble upon a person's property. You don't know the person's will. You don't know whether or not they want you there or not, but you are violating their property rights. And the reason why that is because you're on their property without their say-so. So even though you don't know the will of the person, you may not be violating their consent at that moment. You're violating their property rights. So let's say you're walking down the roads and you don't know another person's will, and you take a Molotov and you throw it at a house. You don't know the person's will. You're not violating anyone's consent, but you are damaging another person's property. You're initiating force against another person's property, right?
And you have no grounds on which to infer that they want a Molotov thrown at their house.
Yeah, so in the situation where you don't know the person's will, under the libertarian deontological ethic, it is what you basically only thing you're allowed to do is preserve that thing and not damage it until the will is known, correct?
I would essentially.
Hypothetically, if you walk by a house and you take a Molotov and you throw a Molotov at the house, and then you find out that the owner's like, "Oh my God, thank you! Finally, I've been hoping this would happen." For some reason, then you did not commit aggression.
Well,
because it was
assuming. Well, then I'll amend it. Assuming that the person does not.
Deontologists.
Yeah, so
Okay,
assuming that
we're making progress.
Hold on, I wasn't finished. So assuming that the person doesn't want the house being burnt down.
Deontology.
No,
It is a deontological viewpoint.
You don't have the right to initiate force against property. Person's or property.
It's a deontological viewpoint that the non-aggression principle precludes behaviors concerning somebody's body or property that go against their will.
Yeah, so you agree with me on that, Trexon, right?
Let me just put a word. Let me just put a word in here. If it's conflict initiation, right? If it conflicts, right? So let's just say hypothetically, right? I leave out a ladder, right? And I don't know, someone's house is burning down, and they go to save their mother, right? Now I wouldn't have an issue personally if someone used my ladder, right, without explicitly knowing my consent, right? Or knowing my will, right, to save their mother, right? I wouldn't have an issue, right? So if they do that, right, we're all good, right? But there could be an issue if he doesn't consent, and that's the issue, right? Now, it's when you initiate conflict, right? And in that scenario where I leave my ladder out, there's no conflict, right? In a scenario where someone else leaves his lair out, but he wouldn't permit someone taking it, that is a conflict. It is context dependent on whether a person would consent to it or not.
Yeah.
So you're talking about consequentialism, not deontology.
That's not
Thank
consequential. That's not consequentialism.
Here, in your own words,
No.
hold on, in your own words, what do you mean by deontology?
It's about whether an action itself is immoral.
So it's not context dependent. It's about the action itself, correct?
Right, but the action of burning down the house of somebody who wants their house burned down is a fundamentally different action from burning down the house of somebody who does not want their house burned down.
So again, deontology. So the definition of deontology, and you can look at this from the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. Deontology is an ethical theory that says that actions are right or wrong based on fixed moral rules or duties rather than their outcomes or consequences. So when you guys are trying to argue about an outcome, hold on. When you guys are talking about an outcome that is so that the context is unknown. So in the situation where you don't know whether someone wants X, Y, or Z to happen, they're unconscious, you can't get an answer from them, etc. You can't employ deontology to talk about the outcome being good or bad.
You could.
You would have to. You can't.
All you could. What you could say is be like, listen. In order to not violate the rights of that person against the property, the only thing you could do is preserve it until their will is known, and then you're not initiating force. There you go.
No, you still would be initiating force. You're
not.
The consequence.
No, you're not. All you're doing is preserving the property.
The will. You are accepting the fact that you are
may not
rule
want
breaking.
their property preserved. They may or may not want their property preserved.
Doesn't matter.
Well, it doesn't matter.
You're still initiating force based on your idea that NAP is a deontological viewpoint. Acting on people's wills without.
In order to make a claim against somebody in some sort of court, you would have to demonstrate some sort of measurable damage.
You specifically said we're not talking about court, so why are you bringing it there?
I know, but
we're talking about intrapersonal action.
I understand that, but I'm just saying that.
So now you want to talk about court?
You have to have some sort of demonstrable damage done to another person or property.
They didn't have the permission.
In that situation, you didn't damage the property. All you're doing is perverting.
No. Lacking permission is the damage. Lacking the permission is the damage.
That's not damage.
Why trespass? Yes, it is, because that's why trespass exists. Correct?
Yes.
If I just walk into your house, I have not in any sense of the word damage.
Yes, you have. You have violated my rights.
If you
you haven't damaged, but you've initiated conflict, right?
So that violates the NAP, correct? That violates the NAP, correct?
It definitely violates the NAP.
You violated that person's rights, yes.
So that is damage. That is how we flesh. That is how we flush out. Hold on. That's how we flush out the NAP in terms of how we rectify the situation.
But again, walking onto a person's property is not preserving their property.
Walking onto someone's property without permission is a violation of the NAP, correct?
But are you preserving the property by
walking on someone's property without their permission violating the NAP? Yes or no?
Yes.
So then why do you keep asking me about preserving the property when it is completely contextual?
Because if the person
consent alone.
If the person his will isn't known at that time, and you're preserving the property, and you're not damaging it, well then you're not violating their rights.
Yes, it is.
Because you're not
you don't have their
initiating
consent.
a conflict.
You don't know your own theory. That's the take of it.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, you can say that.
From everything you okay. I'm sorry. How much Hopper have you read? Because it seems like you didn't even know that Hopper.
I've read everything Hopper's ever produced.
No. It seems like you didn't know that Hopper invented argumentation ethics.
We weren't talking about argumentation ethics. You brought that up out of nowhere when we talked. Hans got most of his ideas from Walter Block. Because Walter Block, because Walter Block is the one that continued from Murray Rothbard. Walter Block continued everything from Murray after he stopped writing. That is true.
All right, that is not true. That is not true. Hopper was Murray Rothbard's number 2 at the Mises Institute, right? And Hopper is basically Murray Rothbard's intellectual successor. Okay, so that's just not true.
Yeah, you're just incorrect on that. Like, you
he
can fact check
moved
us
to
if
the
you
United
want.
States,
You're just
right
incorrect.
in the 80s. Murray Rothbard.
Walter Block, I mean, he is respected, but he's not the second. He's not second to Murray Rothbard. He maybe met him maybe once in his whole life.
No. Block did work at the Mises Institute under Rothbard, but he was like number 3. Right?
Oh, okay.
So it was
Rothbard, then I might have gotten him
Block.
confused with Stefan Kinsella. Then my bad.
Yeah,
Stefan Consuela, it like came along with what's the dude that does all the podcasts that has like 5 million podcasts? That's a historian. Thomas Wood. Stefan Consuela came along with Thomas
Kinsella.
Wood.
Kinsella. Oh yeah, Tom Woods.
Yes. Stefan came along with Thomas Woods, not with the Mises Institute.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
So I know a lot about this stuff. I've been listening. I listened to Thomas Woods from episode.
You
like
know
10
the names, but
to
you
like
didn't.
1500.
The one thing that you did say.
No one
was
mentioned
incorrect.
argumentation ethics. No one mentioned argumentation ethics until Trexelman brought it up.
Yeah, but you said that.
Bringing up the nap.
I wanted to point out about 10 years ago, or excuse me, about 10 minutes ago, I was trying to get this in. I heard Walter Block, or at least in the context of his debate with David Friedman, I heard Walter Block perhaps referenced as some kind of authority on the NAP. But I personally debated Walter Block a little over a year ago, specifically pertaining to Israel. And Walter Block's arguments completely perverted and bastardized and incorrectly characterized the NAP within the context of that debate. He was arguing for like ethnic collective property rights and the idea that it's justified to kill every single Palestinian until every hostage is freed. Kind of genocidal maniac kind of stuff along the lines of how Hoppe put it. He called him a genocidal maniac, and I was softer until I actually debated him and got about the same impression. Now, David Friedman would readily identify himself as not a deontologist. He is a consequentialist. He will talk about the NEP, but I think he mischaracterizes it in the sense that David Friedman, I've watched him ask a crowd. He said, suppose you're standing on the balcony and you fall off the 20th story balcony, but you manage to grab onto the flagpole of your downstairs neighbor. Downstairs neighbor comes out and says, I don't consent to you being on my flagpole. Please let go. How many of you would let go? Well, I think the problem here, maybe he's correct that it does violate the NEP not to let go, depending on who owns the sidewalk below, I guess. But the difference is he's characterizing the NEP fundamentally as like some kind of a guide for behavior, not as simply a norm for the resolution of disputes. But its entire
It's a guide to behavior. A norm of resolution of disputes is a guide to behavior.
No, these are separate.
I disagree.
So David Friedman's main critique of the NAP is that it is in fact deontological, which it's too rigid. And what he talks about, the things you guys are all talking about, well, so some of these things we aren't going to consider rights violations. The thing is, they are rights violations, but in a consequentialist view, they bring about more good in the situation than they wouldn't. You going and helping your neighbor put out his house when it's on fire, when he's not home, and he doesn't have prior consent to it. Most people would say, yeah, you're technically you're violating the rights, but you're bringing about a significantly greater good by going and helping than not. So most people would say it is. So most people would say, even the deontologists like you guys are going to say, well, that's actually not a rights violation. So what David Friedman is critiquing is that the NAP, the way that deontologists put it forward, is too rigid, and you need to look at it from a consequentialist view and loosen the rules. And all of you are doing that, but still claiming it as a deontological view. You're contradicting yourselves.
We're not.
And that's what he's pointing out.
We're not.
I do not think that it
is deontologically correct to say that putting out your neighbor's house is a rights violation, provided he wants it put out or would want it put out if consulted. It has everything to do with what his will is, because
but that's changing hypothetical. That's changing hypothetical. The situation is you don't know, just like the flagpole. If you had already prior rights to know that the guy would give you permission to grab the flagpole, it's not a dispute.
You don't know.
The scenario is you don't know.
That means you don't know
Which means
whether or
it's-
not you're committing an aggression. You're
No,
committing
no, no. It
aggression
is
or you're
necessarily
not.
aggression.
You don't
It
know
is
that.
necessarily an aggression because you don't know.
Not knowing doesn't
No.
make it aggression.
Yes, it does.
No, it's
If you don't have the
conflicts with
person's
will.
will, the only thing that you're not allowed to do is damage
So that's
that
like me
person's
saying,
property.
like, if I like walk into your front door, what will happen? This I break into your house, right? I don't know your will, so I'm not violating anything. I break into your house.
No, you
have
can't
sex with your,
infer
have
that.
sex
I
with
would
your
want
wife.
that, though.
No, no,
You
no,
can't infer, I
no, no,
would
no.
want
You
that.
just no, no, no.
Right.
That's you're
If
changing the goalpost.
hypothetically-
I'm
in the
not.
You're changing the
hypothetical-
goalpost. If I break into your house because I don't
You
know
are.
your
Answer
will,
the question directly. I want to answer the question directly. If hypothetically I wanted you to break, even though I didn't tell you, I didn't make my will known. If hypothetically I wanted you to break into my house, then you have not committed aggression. If, however, I did not want you to break into my house, then you have committed aggression, and you have no way of knowing in that point whether or not you're committing aggression. You have to take.
so
a
guess
guess.
what?
Now,
Because
in
you
the case
don't
of breaking
know,
into a house, in the case of breaking into a house, chances are the person doesn't want it.
but we
In
don't
the
go
case-
based on chances in deontology. That's antithetical to what deontology is.
The deontological view, I think, would be that acting in accordance with
Here, I'm gonna-
somebody's will, acting in accordance with somebody's will pertaining to their body or property is not aggression. Acting in violation of somebody's will pertaining to their body or property is aggression, regardless of whether you know their will. That simply. Their will decides whether it's aggression or not. You may or may not know their will. If you don't know their will, the best you can do is guess and risk committing aggression when you guess.
If you don't know a
Here, I'm
person's
gonna
will,
run. I'm gonna
my
show you
argument
where
is
you're
that if you don't know the person's will, the only thing that you have the right to do is preserve the person's property until the will is known. You
That's
don't
a
have the
rights
right to
violation.
damage that person's property.
You don't have a right to interact with the property at all without their consent. That's a rights
I
violation.
disagree.
I'm gonna show you. No, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you.
Alright.
Give me 1 second.
Okay, show us.
I got an Uber for Brianna. Y'all were startled, damn. They were not expecting me at Whataburger.
I
You
like
weren't
Milton
expecting-
Friedman, but I don't agree with him on
You mean
everything.
David. You mean
Or David Friedman. Yeah. I keep saying Milton Friedman. I'm so fucking dumb. I know.
Every
It's
time David Friedman comes up, you always say Milton. That's
I know.
weird.
I know because you know what? I've listened to his father a lot, and I've only recently discovered David.
Y'all got me throwing
So here we go. So here we go.
Um,
So from Hoppe himself, you cannot override someone's property rights, even to protect those same property rights from destruction, unless you have prior consent or an explicit delegation of authority. That is from Hoppe's mouth himself. Would you like me
I
to
think
provide
Hoppe's
the
wrong.
source? No, you can't
I
say
don't
he's wrong and
dispute
then
that.
quote him,
I
dum
said-
dum.
Can I see the quote,
I never
please?
quoted Hoppe.
I got you.
Can I see
All of
the
you
quote?
did.
Of course Hoppe is wrong. Why can't
What are
Hoppe
you
be wrong?
talking about? When did any of
He's
us
wrong
ever
about a
quote?
filter.
I never quoted Hoppe.
I don't do appeal to authority in general. I would never say because such and such guy said something that makes it true or false
Yeah, that's
for
an
that
appeal
matter.
to authority fallacy.
Or if you're saying it's false because they said it, then it would be ad hominem. But regardless, any given person can be right or wrong. I often agree with Hoppe, not always. I think he's wrong about a couple of things.
Yeah, I don't think he's right about dropping a communist out of a helicopter.
He
I
doesn't
think that's a
believe
joke.
that, okay. Yeah, that's
I
a
know.
joke.
I know.
I think he's wrong. I do strongly disagree with Hoppe when it comes to the idea of, like, as long as there is still a state and a welfare state and the whole system of government and everything, that the correct thing is for the state to, like, restrict immigration.
No,
No, that's
yeah,
retarded.
but I'd like to see this quote, please, and like actual page number and paragraph.
Oh,
Yeah,
what, are you skeptical that Hoppe said it?
No, I'm not skeptical. I want to see the context of it.
I
Because
think that would mean that
because he would be correct, right? If it went against my will, right?
Right, well, that's the whole thing. It sounds like Hoppe's saying that whether it actually goes against your will or not, you failing to have expressed your will means the default is that it is not, which I think applied to some scenarios sounds clearly preposterous, such as in the case of the burning down house or something. I don't think it's fair to assume it's not.
Well, I mean, I feel like if it's like an actual proper community, right, that you have, right, and you know your neighbors and all of that stuff, I feel like you could probably get a general sense, say, okay, I feel like you'd most probably like me to fix this situation.
Maybe ask ChatGPT. Maybe it'll tell you where you got it from.
No, so I ran it through ChatGPT, and it's giving me 4 different pages. It's giving me 4 different pages from his Economics and Ethics of Private Property, and I'll post those.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
So I ran what you guys said through ChatGPT about it being deontological. So I said, based on the NAP, from what Hoppe and other Austrians argue, as a deontological system, could you, without consent, interact with someone's property to preserve it, think of their house on fire, and you don't have consent to help put the fire out? So it says excellent.
No.
Well, what does it say?
Like
what does it say?
You're poisoning the well by saying do not consent, because we do not know whether the person consents or not.
Yeah, ask it if you don't know the will. If you don't know the will
I'll ask
of
it the
a
same
person's...
question, and I'll change the end from do not, and you don't know if you don't know the situation as far as...
Listen, if I'm wrong, I'll change my mind, but I really don't know. You know, maybe.
Because if I had a burning house, right, and someone went, and they didn't know my consent, right? A fire department comes about, I wouldn't have any issue, right? The issue would come about if I said no, I actually wanted my house to burn down. Now you could probably come up with an argument.
All right, did
right?
ChatGPT answer?
So yeah. So I changed the ending to think of their house on fire, and you don't know the situation as far as consent goes. Do you guys accept that? So it says that's a razor sharp question, and it really gets the limits of deontological.
I would change consent to will.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Their will is not known.
I mean, does it matter whether?
Is that not the same or no?
I feel like it's kind of like.
They're not the same. Consent is an expression of will, and presumably, if the person is not around, they have not expressed their will.
Like it means the same. Okay.
I mean, it doesn't matter, does it?
What the fuck?
I don't know. Talk like actual stuff.
Let's see what ChatGPT says.
Okay, so here I've reframed the question, and I've changed it to think of their house on fire, and you don't know the will of the person who owns the property. Everyone agree to that?
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Not automatically deferring to ChatGPT, by the way.
So here we
How
go.
you doing?
So core deontological commitment for Hoppe and Rothbard, the NAP is not a guideline about outcomes or intentions. It's a categorical boundary defining justice. It says no one may physically interfere with another person's body or legitimately own property without their consent. This prohibition doesn't depend on consequences, context, or motive. Only on the owner's consent exists or can be shown. Hoppe grounds this in argumentation ethics. Any attempt to justify norms that already presupposes self-ownership and private property, because argumentation requires control over one's body and possession. Hence, any norm that allows unconsented interference is self-contradictory because it denies what must be presumed in order to justify anything at all. So, no, in deontological argumentation ethics, it is in fact a violation to act on someone else's property, even if it's on fire, to preserve it.
But like, what if it? Like, I don't see where the issue is. If my
Ask it,
house
even
is
if you're
fire,
preserving,
and someone
is it still a violation even if you preserve it?
It is specifically deontology that's the problem. Because it's a categorical norm. Hold on, it's because it's a categorical norm. It's an imperative. Yes. So if you had a consequentialist view, like David Friedman talked about, you having a good motive along with, the idea that this person could want this, right? Then you can say, yeah, this isn't a violation or it's an acceptable violation. That's what David Friedman argues against Hoppe and Walter Block for. But a pure deontological take on this says that it doesn't matter As long as you do not have
Does preserving
express,
a person's
explicit
property
consent, it doesn't matter what you're doing. It is a violation
without
of the NAP.
knowing their will,
That's what I've been trying to tell you guys for the last hour and a half.
If
violating
hypothetically,
the
I am
NAP.
using the term non-aggression principle wrong, that is to say, if the consensus among libertarians is actually more congruent with your version, where their will has to be known and expressed, otherwise it's default aggression, that within that scenario, I would say that rather than being a proponent of the non-aggression principle, I would have to come up with another name for a very similar thing called the non-will violation principle or something.
You could just say you're
Okay, so I just asked
and still
ChatGPT
adhere to the
myself.
non-aggression principle.
So respectfully, hold on. I just asked ChatGPT myself, and it's asking if you act purely to preserve, e.g., move someone's car out of a flood, store their dropped wallet for safekeeping, or guard an abandoned house until the owner returns, and you do not claim ownership or restrict the owner's use afterwards. This is not a violation. You are not initiating an aggression. You are protecting against an aggression. If you
need to frame
interfere
it
with
in context with the NAP
or control property
and
without
deontology.
the owner's consent beyond necessity.
King, you're dishonestly using ChatGPT. You need
How
to,
am I
you have to add
dishonestly
framing.
using ChatGPT?
Because you have to add framing, like I did, saying this is what. So like my question, based on the NAP, on what Hoppe argues and other Austrians argue as a deontological system, you have to give it framework.
I asked
In
it
a
basically. I asked it the same
colloquial
question.
sense. Copy and paste it inside chat.
I can't. I did it on my phone.
Yes, you can. You can hit linked chat. What do you mean? You can
I'm not
provide
on
a
my
link.
phone. I'm on my computer on the Discord.
You can open Discord on your phone.
And
you can copy and paste it.
Yeah. Okay. Give me a sec.
Because I have extensively, and I've talked to David Friedman about this, because he's done AMAs. He did an AMA in this Discord.
Really?
Really?
Yeah, like 7 years ago. Yeah, like 7 or 8 years ago, he did an AMA in this Discord. I've talked to him specifically about this issue. Because this was when I was first learning about him and Walter Block having the back and forth, because he and Walter Block went back and forth for almost 40 years on this specific issue about the NAP. Because Walter Block wrote Defending the Undefendable, David Friedman levied a critique against it, and then they wrote newspaper article after newspaper article back and forth across like 37 years about this specific issue.
It says the message is too long.
No, don't copy paste the whole thing. Just do your
The
prompt,
other guy is
and let me
right.
see what your prompt was.
What do you mean my prompt?
The question you asked ChatGPT. Just type it out, or copy and paste it, or send a link to the conversation. That's the best.
What?
I'll even ask ChatGPT. In terms of deontology, do the consequences, context,
Does preserving a person's
and
property
nuance
without knowing their
matter?
will violate the NAP? That's what I asked it.
So there's your problem. There
What's
are
my problem?
multiple versions of the NAP because there are people that use it in consequential terms and there are people that use it in deontological terms. In consequential terms, not necessarily. Most people are going to agree if you're a consequentialist, preserving someone's property without damaging it is not really going to violate the NAP, which is what I said before. But if you were a deontologist, I'll ask it here. I'll ask you the same thing. Now, respond with the understanding that this is coming from a deontological
What's the deontological view?
viewpoint. That's all I'm adding.
Okay, well, I just asked Grok.
So
right?
here we go.
And my question was to Grok. According to deontological libertarians, is it to save a person's house from burning down if you don't know their exact will? No. According to deontological libertarians, saving a person's house from burning down without knowing their exact will is not considered an inherent aggression. All right, and then it goes on to explain more. But, like, you know, because it could be an aggression.
Wait, what is its reasoning?
Okay, so
racing.
passive preservation. Okay, so like I just asked a question, and I asked it what's the deontological view of it, and it says from a deontological standpoint, the question isn't what did good come from it, but rather did I use control or something that belongs to someone else without their consent? If the answer is yes, then potentially a rights violation, even if your intent was good. However, and this is where nuance comes in, not every contact equals control. Passive preservation, preserving, theft, damage, or acting as a caretaker does not assert ownership or deny a owner's will. Therefore, it doesn't violate the owner's property rights.
So I ran your question, King, through it. Does preserving a person's property without violating the will violating the NAP? Respond with the understanding that this is coming from a deontological viewpoint, and it says yes. From a strict deontological interpretation of the NAP, such as one held by Hopper Rothbard and other Austrian natural rights theorists, preserving a person's property without knowing their will does violate the NAP. Here's why. The deontology of the NAP, in a deontological framework, the moral status of an action depends on whether it respects rights and consent, not on outcomes or intentions. The NAP, formulated by the deontology, states this. It is always wrong to initiate physical interference from one person with another person or their legitimately acquired property without their consent.
Yeah,
And
but
then
if you're
two,
preserving it,
interacting
you're
it
not
doesn't
initiating
matter.
force.
Interacting, it doesn't matter. It says initiate physical interference.
Yeah, but
But you're not
preserving someone's
initiating
property isn't
interference.
doing that.
Preserving is interference.
No.
Only if it goes against their will, then is it?
And it
unaggr-
says without their consent. It does go against the will because it's without their consent. And it extrapolates interacting without knowing the other's will. If you act upon someone's property without knowing whether you have consent, you're taking control over it, however briefly. You are altering or using it in a way the owner did not authorize. Because consent is unknown, it is not present in the deontological sense. Therefore, the act constitutes aggression, not in motive, but in form. You have imposed your will over another person's property without permission, and that is precisely what the NAP forbids.
Sithis, I think the preservation versus damage arguments, number one, is very arbitrary, and number two, that is consequentialism. However, I do not think it's consequentialism. I think it's entirely deontological to say that the action itself, regardless of outcome, is only aggression if it is
You're still
incongruent
talking about this?
Yo, shut the fuck up.
Did you just change your picture?
What?
You.
So for the second question, so what Trex brought through ChatGPT, Grok, I put it to ChatGPT. It says yes, according to deontological libertarians such as Hans Hermann Hoppe, Murray Rothbard, and others in the natural rights Austrian lineage, preserving someone's house without their consent or will does violate the NAP.
Okay. See, what question did you ask?
According to deontological libertarians, does preserving someone's house violate the NAP if you do not know the consent or will of the owner? And it says yes. Do not know the consent or will of the
Okay.
owner.
Well, okay.
I believe NAP violations not based on consent, but based on will. Expression is
Because
merely
consent
based-
and will, and that's why I said consent or will. Here's a screenshot. Consent or will. I'd use both. Even though consent and will are the same thing. But I split them apart for you.
If I don't want my house to burn down and you put it out, you've not violated my will.
Only
consent. This is the question. Did I act as the two? It's exclusive. Active on serving. However, it still matters. Active. But asserting on. Active on. A state of ignorance about not knowing. Suspend. Unactive. Deontological verdict. Deontological from that perspective. Violation so long. Certain.
Not a deontological
It's
take.
not.
Again,
It's about.
it is.
Assumption does become a rights violation because morality, in this view, concerns respecting rightful boundaries, not producing good outcomes. Quote. If you'd like, I can rephrase that into a concise paragraph as if written by Rothbard or Hoppe.
What if someone's house is burning down? Do you have the right to put it out? To preserve it?
You should care because you should care.
We're trying to talk, bro.
I think it is more useful.
I'm doing some research right now, so I'll be back.
Right.
Sit. Sure.
Wait, why did you change your picture? I think he's gone. But why did you change your picture, Jing?
Like 5 minutes ago.
But
Yeah, I really like it. It's great.
What? Why?
Just earlier, I was talking to Sithis about his picture, and so I decided to make my own version.
Damn.
I love it. 10 out of 10.
That's an excellent and very nuanced question because it tests the limits of the non-aggression principle, NA, under deontological ethics. Let's walk through it carefully from that lens. Asher 1. Deontological.
You know what? Let me go on my
That's an excellent and very nuanced question because it tests the limits of the non-aggression principle, NAP, under deontological ethics. Let's walk through it carefully from that lens. Hammer 1, the deontological starting point. Under a deontological understanding of the NAP, especially the Rothbardian or Hoppian version, every moral action must respect property boundaries as absolute. That means you cannot initiate force or exercise control over another person's property without consent, regardless of outcomes. So the guiding question isn't, would putting out the fire do good? It's, am I violating the owner's exclusive authority over their property? 2, acting without consent. If you don't know the owner's will, you have no express permission to act on their property. However, you also aren't aggressing against them if your intent is to prevent destruction of what is already theirs. You are not using or claiming it, only defending it from harm. So from a deontological standpoint, if you enter the property or use resources only to extinguish the fire without asserting ownership or continuing control afterward, you are not initiating aggression. You are acting as a temporary agent of preservation, not as a controller or possessor. But if you damage other people's property in the process, say destroying a neighbor's fence to get water, that's a separate act of aggression, morally impermissible unless you later make restitution. Hafper 3, the implied consent argument. Many deontological libertarians, including Rothbardian legal theorists, accept the idea of presumptive or implied consent in cases where the owner's likely will can be reasonably inferred and the action prevents clear harm to them or their property. You can't know their actual will, but you can reasonably infer that almost any property owner would prefer their house not burn down. Therefore, acting to extinguish the fire is consistent with respecting their presumed property interests, not contrary to them. This distinguishes your action from paternalism. You're not deciding what's best for them, but rather acting on what is very likely their preference.
I will post the conversation history. I will post the conversation history so you can read it.
Okay, brothers.
4.
Okay, my
deontological
anarchist
verdict.
brothers.
Open quote. From a deontological
I did a little bit of
perspective,
research.
Putting out another person's burning house is not a rights violation, so long as you act
So
solely
I basically
to preserve, not to control or appropriate.
From the
You do not use or damage other
deontological
people's
verdict
property
from
without
the
consent.
deontological, and I
You
was
relinquish
asking, like,
all
if you
involvement
put out a
once the
person's
emergency
fire
ends.
house,
Close quote.
using your question
action is morally
like I asked, like,
because
what if
it
you're putting
aligns
someone's
with the
house
owner's
out,
rightful
basically
interest
after
in their
the question that
property's
you posted in chat.
not because of the good
And it says, from a deontological
but because you do not
NAP
overstep the
perspective,
rightful
putting out another
boundaries of
person's
ownership.
house is
If you'd
not
like, I can
a rights
contrast this with how
violation
a
so long as
consequentialist
you act
libertarian,
solely to
like David
preserve,
Friedman,
not to
would
control
reason
or
about the
appropriate.
same
You do not
scenario, which
use or
highlights
damage
how
other
their
people's property
moral
without
frameworks
consent,
diverge.
and
Would you like that
you relinquish all involvement once the emergency ends. Your action is morally permissible because it aligns with the owner's rightful interest in their property preservation.
Post
not
your
because,
chat history.
Huh?
So you're in ChatGPT. There's 3 dots in the top right.
Mhm.
Hit click share conversation and put it in the side chat.
Sure. It doesn't say that.
It's on your phone, right?
I'm on the
You should.
computer now.
It's either on the. If you're on your computer, it is.
So I put the okay. So this is what I asked the question that you posted, and then I violating the app,
Here, I created a brand new chat.
and then I asked this. What if someone's house is burning down? Do you have the right to put it out to preserve it?
So here, I'm gonna do it.
I mean, I could actually, I wish I could screen share, but I'm not able to. Anti-fascist, do you think you could maybe allow me to do that?
You could make. Wait,
Since
whose
you're
turn
a
is it?
moderator in this thing.
Wait. It's anti-fascist.
Anti-fascist.
Oh, he
Hold
is.
on. I have other stuff open. Hold on.
I mean, I could share my screen and show it you that way.
You could screenshot it. Wait.
But I mean, I put in the chat what I asked.
Or you can put it on. Or you could put it on your stream and just link it.
I mean, yeah, actually, right here. Look, I'll put it on my stream.
Oh, look at this thing.
Yeah, I'll get it up.
Shit.
So if you look right here, I literally copied and pasted his question here, and then afterwards, I asked, what if someone's house is burning down? Do you have the right to put it out to preserve it? And then it gave me this answer. And then and then I basically just read 4, which is the deontological verdict, which basically kind of just skips to the answer, basically.
Okay, well, wait, can you get? Let's see this.
I don't know if I could fully show it on the whole screen. But I'll just put the last part on the screen so you guys can see. And also be sure to compliment me on my sunglasses.
Alright, let's see your sunglasses.
Pretty lit.
Mine are better.
You relinquish. Really? Well, yeah, like the final line is basically just what you guys have been arguing. Your
That's what
action
I've
is
been
morally permissible because it aligns with the owner's rightful interest in their property's preservation, blah, blah, blah. As long as it aligns with their will, isn't that the argument?
No, as long as all you're doing is preserving the thing, you're not taking control of it, all you're doing is preserving it, then you're not violating its rights, because if you weren't there, it would be damaged. If you were there, then all you're doing is stopping it from being damaged more.
I think what's important is like what taxation's been saying about will. That's what I think. The whole preservation thing, like I don't.
Okay. I just ran this through ChatGPT myself. All right. I'm also getting to a pickup. But
Maybe our ChatGPTs are biased.
They are biased.
Well, I also read it
Depends how you
through
prompt
Grok, and it seems to be an agreement.
they can also be a powerful logical tool if you know how to use it right.
I think so.
Here's what I am. I'm going to try to do this while I am also driving, turning around the car. I think there's where. Okay. There we go. Okay. So I asked ChatGPT, if the NAP holds that it is aggression to physically interact with somebody's person or property in violation of their will, and not aggression to physically interact
If you
with
put out a
somebody's
fire and
person or
save
property
someone
in
else's
congruence with
property
their will,
without permission,
and John sees
have
Tony's
technically
house on
committed
fire,
aggression.
and Tony is not around to express his will as to whether or not he wants the fire extinguished. John takes a guess and extinguishes the house fire. Has John committed aggression? A, yes, because Tony's will was not known. B, no. C, we don't know. Whether or not the act was aggression depends on what Tony's will actually is, irrespective of his inability to express that will. And ChatGPT's answer was C. We don't know whether or not the act was aggression, depends on what Tony's will actually is, irrespective of his inability to express that will.
Now ask it, is that in terms of deontology or not? Because the way it explained what you just said was a non-deontological like response. Because it's not in fact contingent on what the other person believed.
It's about the will of the person whose house is burning down.
No, it's about the action, not about the will. Because consequentialism is about the will. Deontology is about the action.
Wait, what?
No,
you don't even know what the fuck? You don't even know what you're talking about, bro.
Consequentialism is about the consequences and the outcomes.
Deontology is about
the balance neutrals.
Okay, so its last answer, its pre-answer was C. We don't know whether or not the act.
No, I don't think putting out someone's burning house violates the non-aggression principle in any meaningful moral sense. Here's why. If you act only to stop harm, and you don't claim ownership, loot, or use their property for yourself, you're not aggressing. You're preventing destruction, not imposing control. The essence of the NAP is about initiation of force for your own ends, not intervention to preserve what's theirs. Now, if you break down their door to steal things for safekeeping, or refuse to let them back in afterward, that's aggression. But if you're just stopping the fire because it's a clear emergency, you're acting in harmony with the moral purpose behind property rights, protecting a person's life and possessions from unjust harm. Strict deontology can get hung up on the lack of explicit consent, but that's a flaw in rigid rule worship. Property rights exist to secure people's ability to live and act, not to trap them in absurd moral paralysis when the house is literally burning down. So in plain English, you'd be morally right to put the fire out, and anyone saying otherwise is confusing moral respect for ownership with indifference to reality.
What's the deontological view on this? I'm asking ChatGPT because I don't really even know the answer, I'll be honest. I gave the answer that I think is the answer, but I could always be wrong. That's the one thing about life.
Good. Let's go back into strict deontological reasoning now that you've seen the human side of it. Here's how a deontologist grounded in the non-aggression principle and app would handle the burning house case step by step. 1. The rule deontology says, open quote, an action is right if it respects rights and wrong if it violates them, regardless of outcomes, close quote. So under the NAP, no one may initiate force or interfere with
Rothbard
another's
would
property
say,
without consent.
don't do it unless it's self-defense.
Intentions and consequences don't change the moral status. What matters is whether you violated a boundary. 2. The problem. You don't know the owner's will. If you act without consent, you're technically using or entering their property, a potential rights violation. But if you do nothing, their property is destroyed. A pure rule deontologist now faces a dilemma. Act, risk violating the NAP. Do nothing, allow harm but remain clean of aggression. Dashner 3. Possible deontological paths. A strict Rothbardian reading. Rothbard treats property as absolute. Unless you have explicit or implied consent, you have no moral authority to act. Entering the property is therefore a technical violation of the NAP. However, because your purpose is preservation and you don't assert ownership, it would be viewed as a venial trespass, wrong in form, but morally mitigated by intent.
Yes.
Restitution might be owed if the owner later objects. B. Natural law variant, lock-in influence. Some natural rights libertarians argue that self-ownership and reason imply the right to act in line with another's likely rational will. Since almost any rational owner prefers their house not to burn, Your intervention could be justified as acting under implied consent, not aggression. Here, the act is consistent with the principle of respecting ownership because you're preserving it. C. Hoppian argumentation framing. Hoppe might say that extinguishing the fire is compatible with the norms that make property discourse possible. You're not denying the owner's right, but preventing its destruction. Therefore, no contradiction exists. It's not a NAP violation. 4. Deontological verdict. Open quote. From a strict deontological NAP standpoint, putting out someone's burning
Putting
house
out the fire is
involves
aggression.
the use of their property without consent, which would be a formal violation. But most deontological libertarians hold that emergency preservation, consistent with the owner's likely will, and absent any claim of ownership, does not constitute aggression in spirit. It's either A, a justified exception under implied consent, or B, a minimal technical trespass requiring only restitution if objected to. Close quote. So, strict rule view, yes, technically a violation. More reasoned natural law view, no, because it honors the very rights the NAP exists to protect.
Was the
Would you
given
like me to
definition
show
of the
how
NAP correct? Now it's not performing logic, it's performing research. It said, yes, your given definition of the non-aggression principle was essentially correct and philosophically precise within its deontological framing. You stated the NAP holds that it is aggression to physically interact with somebody's person or property in violation of their will, and not aggression to physically interact with somebody's person or property in congruence with their will.
Uh-huh.
So I did a little bit of research.
Definition.
Whoa,
sorry.
Jake was just saying something.
Sorry, then. Go ahead. Sorry.
That definition captures the core deontological essence of the NAP. Aggression equals initiating physical interaction, force, intrusion, alteration, etc. Contrary to the owner's will, non-aggression equals physical interaction consistent with the owner's will or rightful consent. This formulation does a few things very well. One, it roots aggression in volition, not in harm or outcome. 2, it implicitly recognizes property rights as extensions of will, consistent with Lockean and Rothbardian interpretations. 3, it keeps the NAP in strict deontological terms, rather than consequentialist ones, i.e. the act's moral status depends on consent, not effects. If you wanted to make it formally perfect, you could clarify that physical interaction refers specifically to initiated physical interference, since not all physical contact constitutes aggression, e.g. defensive force or voluntary exchange. But as stated, your definition is entirely consistent with the standard libertarian deontological conception of the NAP.
Here, I'm screen sharing.
So can I jump in real quick?
I'm kind of driving. I slowed down for a minute there to be able to read that.
Anti-fascist, it seems you're correct. So it's when I did the deontological view, I asked it the ontological view, and the strict rule view is yes, technically it is a rights violation.
Yeah, and so the argument is the argument again that David Rubin puts forward is to do a consequentialist view instead, accept that these rights violations will happen, because most people will accept these rights violations will happen. That's the whole counter argument. No, it's not even counter argument. It's just saying reframe it from deontological view to consequentialist, and it works 100% better. That's the only argument here.
So if you're jumping in and you're going in and you're putting out a fire in someone's house, from the strict non-aggression principle view, technically yes, you would be initiating an aggression against another persons or property.
What if it's with their will?
Huh?
Because you don't have consent. Because you don't have consent.
The problem is we don't know the person's will, and if you don't know the person's will, then you're basically making a guess. Now, if you're making a guess and you're right, if you're making a guess and you're right, well then you're pretty much okay. But if you're making a guess and you're not right, well then you're fucked.
But see, so hold on. So really quickly, hold on, King. But so you can ask. So in your ChatGPT, ask say if I guess and I'm right in the deontological view, and is it still permissible or is it still a rights violation? Ask it that specifically.
Okay, I'll be right back then. Okay.
Yep.
Let's say in a hypothetical, I assume that the person wants me to put out the fire, despite not knowing their will. And I put it out. Strictly speaking, from a deontological view, is that a rights violation? All right, let's let it read.
Excellent. You're narrowing the question perfectly. Let's strip away everything but strict deontological reasoning. No pragmatism, no consequentialism, no common sense exceptions. 1. What deontology demands? A deontological system, like the NAP, interpreted through Rothbard or Kantian logic, judges moral rightness by adherence to duty and rights, not by intention or outcomes. So the only question is, open quote, did you act upon another's property without their explicit consent? Close quote. If yes, then by definition you've crossed a moral boundary, regardless of motive. 2. Assuming their will in deontology. In deontology, consent must be real, not inferred. Assuming someone's will, even with good reason, is still a form of acting as though you own decision-making authority over their property. That is precisely what deontological rights theory forbids. To a strict deontologist, you cannot infer moral permission. You cannot borrow another's agency. You must respect property boundaries absolutely unless prior consent or an established contractual relationship exists. So if you assume the owner would want the fire extinguished but you do not know, then under strict deontological reasoning, you've acted without moral authorization. The verdict, open quote. Yes, strictly speaking, from a deontological NAP standpoint, it is a rights violation. Because you acted on another's property without actual consent, you've exercised control, even if for their benefit, and that constitutes a use of force in the moral sense. The fact that your action had good consequences or was likely what they would have wanted does not erase the fact that you acted beyond your rightful authority. Close quote. The clarification, however, and this is where most natural rights libertarians soften the hard edge, it would be considered a technical or formal violation, not a substantive or aggressive one. Meaning, you violated the letter of the NAP, but not its moral spirit, since your action wasn't coercive or exploitative. In a Rothbardian private law framework, the owner might have the right to demand restitution, but morally, it would be absurd to do so. So strictly deontologically, yes, it's a rights violation. But practically and ethically, even most NAP-P theorists would recognize it as a non-aggressive, benevolent, and rights-respecting action in purpose, a case where moral reality exceeds the rigidity of rule.
What do you think, Kebab? Anything you gotta say?
During the action. Based on deontology, you don't have consent.
You seem to be injecting some relevance of the actor's mind, but the actor's mind has no bearing on whether the property owner's rights have been violated.
No. We're not. No. So I'm just reinforcing the hypothetical that the actor doesn't know. That has nothing to do with their mind. The contingency is they don't know.
Doesn't know is immaterial. How you doing?
No, it is completely material because that's where the will and the consent come into effect. What?
I just got done doing my little research, and yeah, you're right. Even if you take a guess, you assume to be correct, it's still technically a rights violation.
Thank you.
You're doing it without the person's
okay, so I'm seeing a fork here. I think there is an expressed will concept of the NAP, and there is an actual will concept of the NAP. I think it is far more useful and defensible to hold the actual will viewpoint rather than the expressed will viewpoint. Maybe this will become some fork in libertarian thought.
So actual will in terms of after the action's happened and the other person does give their will.
No, there's no timeline. It's not after. Right now, my house is burning. Regardless of what may or may not happen later, right now my house is burning. I either do or don't want it to burn.
Yeah, but
you don't know.
Exactly.
Yeah, but your knowledge is irrelevant.
No, your knowledge is completely contingent. Because you either have consent or you don't.
Forget the actor for a second. Forget there is an actor at all.
Then it's not deontology.
I have a house. Right? And that house is burning down. Either I want that, and I may or may not know that house is burning down. I either want my house to burn down, or I don't want my house to burn down. one of those two things is necessarily true. In the
Or you don't
event,
care.
no, if I don't care, then I would lean towards saying that it is aggression for somebody to put it out. But
It is an aggression.
if I don't mind them doing it, though, if that's not antithetical to my will, then I guess it's not.
Well, if you don't know the person's will, then you're acting upon another person's property without their
I think
permission.
whether or not something violates the NEP has absolutely nothing to do with the person doing it. Has everything to do with the person whose property it is or whose body it is. Either I want my house to burn down or I don't want my house to burn down. Notwithstanding what anybody else knows or what anybody else thinks, I either do or don't want my house to burn down.
So from a deontological NEP standpoint, aggression is about the act itself, not timing. Whether John knew Tony's will or whether Tony is not grateful doesn't retroactively erase the fact that John initiated interference without consent. So even after the house is saved, John still committed aggression at the moment he acted.
Well,
it doesn't matter.
I think that's simply a reiteration of the expressed will-based version of the NEP.
Talking about the actual will turns it into consequentialism, which is what I told you an hour and a half ago. It's consequentialism.
Let's say, hold on. Let's say you're a friend of the person. Let's say you're a friend of the person, and you know that they don't want to die, then it wouldn't be a violation. I didn't know.
Well, we're forgetting what you know. The knowledge of the actor has no bearing here. Either they did or didn't want to die. If they did want to die, then for somebody to act on their body to inhibit that is aggression, regardless of what the person believes or thinks, or maybe even thinks they know 100%.
So, if we were to grant that so if we were to say your view that the will does matter, right? So whether or not he actually wanted it to happen, it does turn this into consequentialism. Thank you. Exactly what ChatGPT just said. ChatGPT just said that the knowledge the knowledge mattering. So I said if we were to grant this knowledge does matter. So it does. So Tony's will does in fact play a role here, even though it's unknown to the actor. So the actor's knowledge no longer applies. If the will is unknown, and then we do know after the fact that Tony did want his house saved.
Hold on. You just injected after the fact. You keep saying after the fact, and I'm saying it's during the fact.
If it's during the fact and the actor doesn't know, then it would, deontologically speaking, it's wrong. It's violating. Consequentially, it's both of them are still wrong.
The knowledge or lack thereof of the actor is deontologically completely irrelevant.
No, it is contingent. 100%, 1,000,000% contingent.
Aggression has nothing to do with
No. The nature of the act is whether we know it's violation or not, because the knowledge comes into play because knowledge is going to be part of the consent or the will. You can't say it's not like a play here, a matter here, because whether he knows or not is going to be what's contingent in both consequentialism and deontology on whether this action is permissible or not.
If I have been shot by a bullet in the night. If I have been shot by a bullet in the night, by some guy who was just shooting a machine gun up in the air, he did not know that it was going to come down and hit me. It was still aggression for him to do it. He still shot me. He may as well have pointed it directly at me and shot me. His knowledge has no bearing on me, the victim, having been shot. And when we say aggression has happened, we're talking about something has happened to a victim, not that an actor did something.
I agree. Therefore, you're taking a consequentialist view and not a deontological view. Thank you.
I did.
The fact of the matter is, him firing the bullet hit someone.
Right. Him shooting me. He fired the bullet up in the air. It came down and hit me. The fact that it hit me, that was an aggression against me. That's not consequentialist.
That's not deontological.
It is deontological.
No, it's not.
Within the framework that.
No, it's not.
Initiating aggression against somebody's person or property is a violation of their rights. Against my person by shooting.
Can I ask you a question?
You're just so stupid.
Yo. So, Are you a consequentialist or a deontologist?
I'm a consequentialist.
So what? How do you what would make you justify that?
Justify what?
Like why do you believe that?
Because I think there are too many nuances that are involved with most actions. So I think there being a strict, specific moral principle doesn't coincide with how we act in reality. And we generally care more about the context and nuance of a situation more than we care about the action or about the action itself.
But couldn't somebody use that justification to justify like the state?
Yeah. But you could use deontology to justify the state too.
Yes, but I mean, not our version of deontology.
Sure you could.
Yeah, I was going to say, it depends what kind of deontology.
No. So, again, using your version of deontology with the NAP, correct. Using my version of the NAP and consequentialism also can't justify the state. But Simplicator, using Simplicator, consequentialism or deontology, you can both justify the state. Which is the whole reason I think the nuance is what matters, which is why I'm a consequentialist. You can use deontology by itself without the influence of your NAP to justify the state.
Well, I know that. I don't disagree with that. I'm saying that the NAP
and I'm just pointing that out.
The NAP would not justify the state from a deontological.
Yeah, certainly the NAP wouldn't.
Yeah, but I'm saying from a consequential standpoint, also adhering to the NAP, you couldn't justify the state.
But how?
And remember the definition I gave of the NAP, which you later characterized as me, just feeding it a certain thing to get the outcome I want. Recall back to that definition I gave of the NAP, right?
I have a question though.
Where that was in the middle of something. Where it pertains to somebody's will. Could that not be a deontological starting point? Even if you don't call it the NAP, even if you call it something else, the non-will violation principle or something, could that not be a deontological framework that one could then figure things out based on? Are you saying it doesn't qualify as one or to be one? Regardless of the NAP, just call it some other principle. Call it NAP number 2.
You can use anything as a starting point for anything. I don't understand your question.
Okay, well then that means that it can be deontological and is not inherently consequentialist.
I never said your definition was consequentialist. No one said that. You're shadowboxing.
I thought you did, or at least that its implications are. But okay.
I wanted to kind of finish off my lining of questioning.
Sure.
So I just wanted to know how you justify the NAP through consequentialism.
Because it's a guide to act. It's not a strict rule. There are going to be situations in which you are going, and most people are going to want to violate the NAP.
So how do you?
But it's a great guide to life and how to interact with other people.
How do you determine when it's okay?
I think saying I would.
Hold on.
Saying I
just want to finish
one from he's lagging and he can't hear us. That's the problem. He has no connection, so he doesn't hear you talking.
I want to finish my line of questioning real quick. So I just want to know, what your criteria for the violation of the NAP. Like, how do you determine when it's okay?
So it's less about okay, and it's more about what's acceptable. And which that sounds like I'm deflecting. So let me explain. So when we talk about a rights violation, we talk about violating consent and explicitly consent. So the outcome of the action is going to have to be something that you accept and that most people accept as good, and that the person who's being violated accepts as good, right? That's going to be what most people would consider as like an acceptable violation of the NAP. An example would just be like, using like if you were to go by someone's house and their house is burning and you go to put it out, that's a violation of the NAP, but most people would accept that, and there wouldn't be very much, if any, consequence for it. But that's a violation. That's what's acceptable. But if you were to say go by someone's house and there was like a brush fire beside the house, like one of the bushes caught fire, and you pull the water hose out, you spray the bush, but then let's say you hit the weatherhead on the top of the house and it burns up all the electricals in the house, you fucked up, right?
So
you're still on the hook for what you've done. You're on the hook for what you've done.
Can't you make that argument for like taxation? Could you be like, oh, like the majority of people believe it's okay, don't consider taxation to be an aggression, so therefore taxation right now is not.
So, but then you wouldn't be adhering to like my interpretation or anyone in this room's interpretation of the NAP.
Well, yeah, but
if everyone in the room, if most of society disregards that definition of the NAP, and instead like levies one where the taxation isn't like inherently aggressive, then sure. But if we define taxation or at least a state's existence as inherently aggressive, then you can't adhere to the NAP on any level, because the like most people agreeing to what is good is again like going to be the house being burnt out or like put out. You would have to like significantly change how and what you mean by like aggression. Like you would be no longer in like the realm of like what most people think of as the NAP. So you would have to do. There's too much lifting going on.
It seems to.
It would just mean something else.
Yeah, it seemed to me like earlier you said if most people don't consider something to be an aggression, or to be some sort of violation of the NAP, then would it be?
Yeah, and again, for people to come to that conclusion, there would have to be a lot of philosophical heavy lifting, and you wouldn't really be talking about.
So taxation, as it is right now, is not violating the NAP from your perspective.
I think what? Repeat back to me what I said.
You said that if the majority of the people considered a action.
No, what I just said. Not what I said 15 minutes ago without context. What I just said.
Go ahead.
I don't think you can, because I said that for people
Who is
to
have conversations like that?
Go ahead.
So what I said was that for most people to understand and implement what I think of as the non-aggression principle, for those people to mostly collectively then agree that a state, its monopoly on violence and taxation are not a violation of the NAP, would have to do a lot of heavy philosophical lifting, and they would then not be talking about what I'm talking about when I talk about the NAP. They'd mean something else.
Yeah, but
they would be getting far away from my definition.
None unless they agree.
No, they don't. That's what I'm pointing out. They would be talking about something else.
As of right now, people don't think that taxation is aggression.
Yes, but they also don't adhere to the NAP.
Yeah, they're not libertarians.
I know, but you just said that if most people, like, so for instance,
if
people have a different view on what an aggression is, right? So for instance,
yes.
I consider.
So the context is they would agree with what I agree with.
Hold on. So I consider an aggression to be some sort of initiation of force or violation of a person's will, right? Whereas another person would not consider taxation to be an aggression, would not be theft, would not be a criminal act. So
which is why my response to you was contingent on the fact that all of these people agree with me and my definition of the NAP.
Oh,
if all of this, that was what I said. I said if they would all agree.
So if we got everybody to agree with your version of the NAP,
King, that was your hypothetical in the first place. You said, based on your system of the NAP and consequentialism, could everyone suddenly agree that the state was morally permissible? And then my response was, well, if they had my understanding of the NAP and its implementation of the state being a monopoly on force with its ability to not really tax, then no, they can't. I said if they did, they would have to do a lot of philosophical heavy lifting, and then they wouldn't be talking about the NAP as I understand it anymore. They'd be talking about something else.
Yeah, so basically,
just like in your system of deontology, if everyone in your system of deontology of understanding the NAP all of a sudden came up with context to say, well, you don't like the ability to tax. It's actually within everyone's will. Like the mandatory tax, everyone actually wants to be taxed, right? Now you've had like a moral permissibility of the state, but under your specific understanding, people don't consent to that, right?
So basically,
but if they all of a sudden
I follow the NAP deontologically.
Yeah, but we're using that.
But basically, you're saying you believe in it consequentially, and you're basically saying that
King,
so long as society...
I don't think you listen to what I just said.
Hold on, you're not allowing me to respond now. So you're basically saying so long as everybody follows the NAP in the way that I believe the NAP should be followed, then it's not a rights violation. But if they follow if they violate the NAP, violate in the way that I don't like the NAP violated,
no.
I'm not going to support.
That's not what I said.
So, for instance,
I don't think anyone
burning
heard me say
down
that at all.
putting out a person's house is perfectly okay. That is an okay rights violation. Whereas taxing people, that is not an okay rights violation because I just don't like it. That's basically how you.
Okay.
That's not what I said at all.
Is that not what he's saying, Trex? Or am I?
I just came back. I just composed an email to Hans Hopper, and I would just like to. Just to see if everyone's okay with my framing. So subject.
Just type in the side chat. Just type in the side chat. We're in the middle of a conversation right now.
Okay.
So we moved on from that. So
So basically, yeah, it seems like you just support the NAP when it conforms to what you believe, and then when it doesn't conform.
That's
to
not what was said at all.
Well, yeah, because in this situation where you're violating a person's consent in terms of like putting out their house, right? Deontologically, that would be a violation of the NAP, right?
And consequentially, it would still be a violation of the NAP, but it would be permissible.
Yeah, so basically, you're saying I supporting the NAP when I like it, and I don't support the NAP when I don't like it.
No one didn't say that at all. Not even close.
So then how do you determine? So then how do you determine when it's okay to violate the NAP?
When everyone involved agrees that the violation was permissible.
Okay, so if everybody
that's generally when you do it.
So if everybody agrees that the taxation is not theft, would that then make it okay?
Yeah, but then they wouldn't be talking about the NAP that I understand anymore.
Okay,
just
so
like
taxation
so I gave you the hold on, King.
So long as the majority
says it's okay. I gave you the same
okay.
example. Hold on. Did you not hear the example I just gave you 2 minutes ago? Mm-hmm. In your system of deontological non-aggression principle, if everyone agreed that it was okay to be taxed, even if it's mandatory, if everyone in your system agreed that it was okay, no, yes it is, because it's just mandatory.
No, I said every single person. I didn't say every person with your example. I said majority. No. You said majority.
Yeah,
I said every single person.
So in yours, it's every person.
The only way it could work, the only way in which a government could work is if everybody volunteers into that society. If everyone's volunteering, if everyone's volunteering, then it's not a tax. It's just a fee. Whereas you're saying, hold on, no.
You bitched more about me interrupting.
Okay, so you're saying that basically, if most of the people agree that it's not aggression, well then that makes it not an aggression. So so here it is. Most of the people in this area don't agree that the tax that is being forced upon everybody is an aggression. So therefore, from your standpoint, it's not an aggression.
So from your standpoint, if everyone in your system agrees that the mandatory, because taxes are mandatory, right? That's the definition. It's mandatory. If everyone agrees that it's okay to levy mandatory taxes and everyone agrees, if everyone agrees to pay those mandatory taxes and agrees that it's okay to levy those mandatory taxes, it's no longer a rights violation, correct?
It's only a rights. It's only what the only thing that makes it a rights violation is if you're forcing it upon somebody without their consent. If somebody is consenting, then it's not a rights violation. In this case, everybody is consenting.
So in your deontological NAP system, taxes are viable if everyone agrees and consents, correct?
That's not a tax.
No.
It's just
the tax. The tax is compulsory. It has nothing to exactly. So if everyone agrees,
if I'm
agreeing,
to pay then it's not
tax,
compulsory.
That's not what compulsory means. Compulsory just means it's mandatory, correct?
Well, they can't force me to.
Well, no. If everyone agrees that they can be forced to, and if everyone agrees to pay the taxes,
then they're not being forced.
I have, but
That's
I have an Uber Eats
oh my
order.
God, you're so you almost had it, man.
Yeah, if you're not being forced, if nobody's saying that, if you're saying I'm okay with the transaction, then you're not being
Compulsory
forced.
does not mean forced. Compulsory means by rule or law.
Which
then-
is always forced.
Hold on, but we're saying in this specific situation that everyone has agreed to it. So
then it's
whether or
then
not
there's no force being used.
no, they've passed a law saying it's compulsory, and they all agree to it.
Can they later change their mind? Is it ongoing agreement, or is it only
absolutely? If they want to, they can. In the future, they can. They can pass a law that nullifies this current law.
No. I mean, can an individual change his mind?
Eventually.
Well, then it's not compulsory because no one's going to force
No,
you.
we're talking about in this specific instance.
Is anyone going to
where
force
everyone,
you?
hold on, you're breaking the hypothetical. Please engage honestly with the hypothetical. If everyone agrees to it,
then
and they pass legislation because every single person, that is compulsory.
It's not compulsory if you're agreeing.
You don't know here. I'm gonna do what you did earlier. I'm gonna take a screenshot of Oxford Dictionary and show you what compulsory means. It doesn't mean compulsory. Just means by required by law or a rule.
Okay.
They can all collectively come together, form a government based on this, everyone consenting to it, form a state based on everyone consenting to it, pass this law with everyone consenting to it. Every single person gets a say. Yes, but it's still compulsory by definition.
So if I say yeah, at first I say yeah, I'm okay with it, and then later on I say no, I don't want to do it.
Then they can get rid of it. That's fine. They can get rid of it. Sure.
And it's not
then
compulsory.
If one person, no, that is compulsory.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
If I
written
say
into
I don't
the
want
law.
to, if I say I don't want
It's written into the law that if one person disagrees, the law is nullified.
Yeah, then that doesn't make it compulsory. If I say
Yes, it does. It makes it compulsory.
I mean,
everyone is required to pay this tax until one person brings up that they don't want to pay this tax.
Double cheeseburger,
it is
no
still
pickles?
compulsory.
I mean, I just disagree.
And a
'Cause
McChicken.
If you say,
you can disagree, but you're
if
wrong.
I say, I mean, you can say I'm wrong, but if you say that,
and a
the
couple of
second that I say I don't
faggots and a
want to
water.
pay it, then the law is nullified. Well, then nobody's forcing me to pay, because at any point I could say I don't want to pay, and then I won't have to. So no, it's not compulsory. Compulsory means that if I say I don't want to pay, somebody will force me to pay. But if no one's forcing me to pay, then it's not compulsory.
So I put in ChatGPT, since this is what you guys love. Is something being compulsory contingent on whether people want to do something or not? Because that's what you're saying. You're saying that,
I'm
it's
saying,
compulsory if you don't want to do
Is somebody
it.
gonna force me if I say I don't want to do it? Are they?
Yeah, buy one get one for $1. So double cheeseburger plus
Okay,
McChicken.
so I guess you don't have an answer.
That should be like $5.
No, I can't hear you. He's yelling over us, ordering a cheeseburger.
I asked you a very simple question. Am I going to be forced to if I say no?
But that's not the you're again breaking the hypothetical.
Not breaking the hypothetical.
You are breaking the hypothetical because the hypothetical.
I'm elaborating on the hypothetical.
No, you can't. That's breaking the hypothetical. Changing the hypothetical.
I'm not changing the hypothetical.
You are.
I'm asking you a question.
What's
The hypothetical is that everyone has agreed.
Okay, so
not
his
that one
hypothetical.
person might not
here's his
agree sometime down the
hypothetical,
road. That's breaking the
So
hypothetical.
this is hypothetical. He's basically saying, okay, so let's say there's a group of people and everybody has agreed to pay a tax, and at the second that they say one person says that they no longer want to pay it, then they're not going to be paid. That's compulsory, right? And I'm saying no, it's not compulsory, because if you say I don't want to do it, no one's going to force you to pay, right?
And I'm pointing out that compulsory. So the fact that there is a law. So if everyone collectively agrees, 100% participate, 100% participation, 100%. Everyone agreed. Everyone took the little poll and checked yes. You can disagree. You're just wrong. So if everyone collectively agrees that a rule is,
I'm trying to listen to what he has to say.
The government taxes me on boner pills.
So if everyone collectively agrees on a law being passed that enforces a tax on everyone, and everyone collectively agrees to pay, shut the fuck up. If everyone collectively, if everyone collectively, if everyone,
Oh my god, Harry keeps on talking. Yeah, we gotta shut that up.
So if everyone collectively agrees, collectively passes a law that says that you have to pay X tax, and everyone collectively pays the tax, that tax is compulsory. It doesn't matter if they agree or not. It doesn't matter if they want to change it in the future. If everyone collectively agrees, or it doesn't matter even if they collectively agree, they can all pass a law.
If they say no?
They collectively agree on it, yes.
So if I say I don't want to pay, then I'm going to be forced to pay?
So if you sign an agreement where you said you will pay the tax and you back out, based on deontology, you can't back out of it, correct?
Yeah.
That's non-permissible. You have agreed and signed a contract.
Again, that's me agreeing.
Is it a mere promise contract?
Yeah, but in the contract, the terms are this is a compulsory tax.
Put out a fire and save someone else's property.
And the contract says that this is a compulsory tax.
You have technically committed
If I
aggression.
simply sign a contract,
it's not a compulsory
Rothbard
tax.
But there were stipulations in the contract. There are stipulations in the contract that state you are required, you are forced to do all these things, whether you consent to them or not. And if you sign that agreement, in deontology, breaking that agreement is not permissible, correct?
You are consenting by agreeing.
Yes.
If you're agreeing to sign the contract, it's not a tax. That's just a fee.
If I'm not receiving
You
consideration,
have a fundamental misunderstanding of what compulsory means.
Is somebody wait. Is somebody gonna force me to sign the contract if I say no?
You've already signed the contract.
No.
Compulsory just means there is a rule or a law in place.
Wait.
If you sign a contract,
let me ask the question. Before I sign the contract, if I say no,
irrelevant.
If I say no, is someone gonna force me?
We're talking about you've already signed the contract.
No, listen to me.
Irrelevant.
Before I sign the contract, is someone gonna force me to pay to sign it if I say no?
Yes.
This question is irrelevant.
It is relevant because you're saying it's compulsory, and if I'm saying if no one's forcing me to sign it and I agree to it and then I pay for it, then it's not compulsory. No one's forcing me. It's an agreed contract.
A contract is not automatic.
That's not how the word compulsory is used.
Hey, you're just wrong.
Contracts are not
No,
automatic.
you're wrong. I've given you the definition of compulsory in the side chat.
Yeah, you're just
required by law or a rule. And guess what a contract is? A rule, correct? A mutually agreed upon rule.
If the person is ostensibly agreeing to make the payment is receiving receiving
Everyone
consideration.
here agree that a contract is a mutually agreed upon rule?
Yes, we agree.
Okay.
We agree.
So if that rule requires you to do something, by this definition of compulsory that I put in the side chat, where King has agreed that Oxford Dictionary is a legitimate source, by that definition, that contract you voluntarily signed is still the outlining inside is still compulsory, regardless of whether he consents to it or not. Correct?
Again, it's not a tax because you're agreeing to it.
No.
Yes.
Based on this definition in side chat that you agreed upon. No.
To sign a contract, it's not compulsory.
You agreed that this is the definition of compulsory.
The only way that it could be compulsory, the only way. Let me finish my sentence. Let me finish.
Do I need to put on some maze runners and snap my fingers so you can pay attention?
Let me finish my sentence. So what I was going to say is the only way in which for it to be compulsory is if before I sign the contract, they say, if you do not sign this contract, I'm going to do X to you. If I agree to sign a contract and, I regale on the contract, well, then there's nothing compulsory going on there because I agree to the contract.
Do you see in the side chat the definition of compulsory we're using?
Yeah, I disagree with you.
No. You can't disagree because you posted that earlier.
Is somebody forcing you to sign the contract? Yes or no?
You posted earlier
Is someone
the same
forcing you to sign the contract?
King, hey, Maze Runner time. Did you not post
somebody forcing you to sign
Hold on,
the
King.
contract?
Hey. You bitched and moaned and complained about me interrupting you. Did you not
Is
post
somebody
Oxford
forcing you to sign the contract?
Hey, King. Hey. Did you not
Is somebody
post the
forcing you to
definition?
sign the contract?
Hey, King. Did you not post Oxford
Is somebody
Dictionary
forcing you to sign
definition?
the contract?
Yes.
Yeah, I disagree with you. I disagree that
You're
that's
wrong.
compulsory.
You can't disagree. You're intellectually dishonest.
Is somebody
you're intellectually
forcing
dishonest.
Is someone forcing you to sign the contract?
King posted the same thing I posted in the side chat
If
2 hours
nobody's
ago.
forcing you to sign a contract, then it's not compulsory.
King, you posted the same thing I posted in the side chat. Now you're saying it's wrong.
Disagree
you are
that
intellectually
signing a contract
dishonest.
is compulsory.
You are contradicting everything you've said up until this point for the last 2 hours.
I'm not going back on anything. If you're
Hold
signing
on,
a contract,
Cameron, you've been here the
and
whole time. Did
nobody's
he not
forcing-
post the same thing I posted?
If you are
Posted
signing
what?
a contract,
He
and nobody's
posted a
forcing you to
screenshot
sign
from
the
Google
contract,
with
then
a
it's
Oxford
not
Dictionary
compulsory.
entry saying this is the definition of aggression.
I
He
don't
posted that
disagree
earlier,
with
did he
your
not?
I don't disagree with
No,
that
no, no,
definition of
King-
compulsory.
I'm looking at the side chat.
I just
I
don't
don't.
disagree
It
that
deletes
that
after an
is
hour.
compulsory.
You know, I'll pull the message
don't
log.
disagree.
How about
I don't
that?
know.
I can actually do that. I'm going to pull the message log. Give me 1 second.
I don't
And I will
disagree.
post it in the side
I
chat.
do not disagree that.
No, no, no.
with
You
your
would do disagree. You
definition
just
of
said I was wrong.
compulsory. What
No,
I'm
you did.
saying is
Now you're a
I
lying piece of
disagree
shit.
that signing a contract
Cameron,
where
did he not
nobody's
just say that he
where-
disagrees with my
where
definition of
nobody is
compulsory
forcing you
4
to
seconds
sign
ago?
it is compulsory.
I
No,
think
no,
it's
no,
wrong
you-
too. I don't believe in that crap.
No, but he said a second ago that my definition of compulsory is wrong that I posted to the side chat.
No,
now
I
he's
said
saying he
that
doesn't
I
disagree with
disagree
it.
that
No, you're a
what
lying
you're
piece
saying,
of shit.
what you're describing
There's no
is
need to talk to you
compulsory.
anymore. Here you go. Permanent 1%. Never talk to me again. You're a lying piece of shit. Intellectually
Well,
dishonest.
you know what? You're right. I agree with anti-fascist.
All right, taxation.
Why are you so mad?
Taxation.
This guy got upset because he lost the debate.
And it's getting denied.
It's okay. You got mad.
Whoa, savage.
You just got denied on Discord, dude.
Wow.
I'd kill myself if I was you.
Okay.
Hey, Justy, get out of our Discord call, pussy.
Hey, I'm gonna kill myself if I leave. Do you really want me to kill myself?
Hey, do you want me to detain you for saying you're going to kill yourself?
Wait, you're gonna detain me? You're gonna detain me for asking for help?
Everyone else is talking. I can't hear
If you
anything.
say you're going to kill yourself, I will detain you.
Dude, the Discord rules actually don't allow for that.
Well, then don't
You're
say.
not allowed
Actually,
to
it
say
does.
that
It's
on
for your
Discord.
safety. It's for your safety. Not Discord TOS.
No, it's for my safety. It's for my safety. Discord
So
rules.
you're confirming you're not going to kill yourself, right?
Yeah, I'm not gonna kill
Okay,
myself.
Thank you.
How would that make somebody safer? Like if somebody is suicidal, but
Let me isolate this
Yo, hear
guy.
me out. Taxation,
Let's isolate
taxation,
this
taxation,
nigga.
taxation.
He's muted right
somebody
now.
saying on Discord is going to lead to them not killing themselves when they were otherwise going to.
No. We detain users that
detain them on- if you
are
detain them on
suicidal
Discord,
so we
it
can get them
detains
help. We take it very seriously so we can get them help.
How are you gonna get them help?
Because being egged on by 15 people like you guys is gonna definitely drive them, right? So
Yeah, that guy
isolating them,
definitely was serious when he
isolating
said
them,
that.
and convincing
Yeah, he
them to
was so
call like the
serious,
suicide
but-
Hey, shut up,
helpline and
Cameron.
talk to them about it is gonna be the best thing we can do. Not letting them
Okay,
listen to
dude.
people like you guys.
What a
People
hero.
like you guys.
We're intelligent, high IQ individuals.
Yeah, we can tell.
Yeah.
Taxation.
You're a fucking Discord mod, bro.
You are a fucking Discord mod.
You're in Discord, mod.
What? Sithis,
You're on
you keep
Discord at
saying
2 a.m.
my
on a
name.
Saturday, on a Sunday.
Yeah, 'cause
you're on Discord
this
2
guy
a.m. on a Monday
muted
morning.
me and he keeps
It's
talking
actually not
over
2 a.m. where
everybody.
I am.
Could you
It's
kick him out
11
the
p.m.
room,
for me.
please?
I just got home from fucking
Even
your bitch.
worse. Even worse.
Yeah,
Oh,
there's
I have a
like
boyfriend. That makes you gay.
Even worse.
boyfriend?
What's
I didn't know you were gay.
Everybody
Preston,
has
hey,
the
Boys,
thanks
same
for
you
coming out,
fucking
buddy.
you a faggot.
Okay, well,
Preston too.
here we go. I got that. Boom. Goodbye.
Oh, goodbye. That's so cool.
So taxation, basically what anti-fascist was saying is that if you agree to sign a contract, it's compulsory.
I
don't think.
that.
I don't know
I
if
heard
that's what
that
he was
back
saying. I
and
think he was saying. Wait.
I heard
I think
that
the
back and
argument
forth for like 10
was
minutes.
if you agree to a contract where you say or you agree to like being taxed or whatever, which like you agree to pay some fees or whatever to some community or to someone, then that is like an obligation upon you.
Again,
Which makes it
if
compulsory.
you agree to pay a fee, it's not a tax.
Because that's the definition of compulsory. Is a rule, law, or obligation.
Yeah, if you agree.
Sure, it's
if
an
you agree
obligation because you
beforehand,
agreed to the
it's
contract,
only-
so that's fine.
And
Okay,
backing
yeah.
out of the so changing your mind after the contract's been signed in deontology is not permissible, correct?
That depends on the nature of the contract.
Ask it again.
If you sign a contract and so if you sign a contract and you want out of that contract, two things can happen.
Wait, so you guys
You either
believe
have
contracts are
exit
compulsory?
litigation already already fabricated into the contract, which is what most people do, or you maliciously break the contract. Those are the two options, correct?
No. There's a third option. It depends on the nature of the contract. Not all contracts are binding. For example, if me and you enter a contract that says I will later transfer my car to you, and there's no consideration on your end, then I have no obligation to the contract, and I can break it without any aggression.
Also, just because you agree to assign
That
a
is in
contract,
current United States
agreeing to
legal
sign a
framework,
contract
correct?
is not compulsory. He's
Yeah.
muted me.
We're not
Can we
talking
not
about
go
current United States legal framework.
Nobody was talking about United States legal framework. We were talking about libertarian theory.
Did someone bring that up?
Who's compulsory? If you agree to sign a contract, it's not compulsory. No one's forcing you.
Would that not be covered under
Who's
the
forcing you if
exit
you're
conditions and the prefabrication that I just said?
You could say that it becomes compulsory. Like if I hire a plumber, and then he comes and does the plumbing service, now it's compulsory that I pay him. It wasn't compulsory in the beginning that I hired him.
Correct, but the fact of the matter is, you
That's
sign a
what I was
contract,
saying.
and the contract is that there are explicit fees in the contract you were required to pay. Those fees are compulsory, even if you consented to the contract. The fees within the contract are compulsory by definition because there's a rule in place for the contract. Correct?
I didn't catch that.
Sure. So it does. So you sign a contract. There are fees in the contract you agree to pay. Those fees are still compulsory because the contract is a rule. Correct?
They become compulsory once you have received consideration.
If I write a contract with a plumber saying I will pay X amount of money for him to fix my plumbing, and he fixes my plumbing, me paying the plumber is compulsory, correct?
Sure, fine.
Okay, thank you. So this proves everything King said earlier, that you can have in a situation in which you can have everyone collectively agrees to rules in place where taxes be levied for services rendered. So if they were like, hey, let's form a state, let's have roads be paved, let's water be ran to people's houses and regulated, et cetera, all these things could be agreed upon, and they can say, well, there are taxes in the contract, taxes can be collected if those services are rendered. So if they do run water and sewer to your house, and you have water coming to your house, it is compulsory to pay those taxes. And that is fine under deontological NAP. All of those things, none of those things violate that because everyone is consented. But they are still compulsory, therefore taxes.
I don't think this is a realistic scenario, but
it doesn't matter. I agree with you. It would never happen. I agree. It would never happen. But it's logically possible.
That's not a tax. It's
Sorry,
just a
like
fee.
I don't. How
If
did
the
this
person
whole
is the
conversation
owner,
start?
Hear me out.
Because
If the
King
person is
said
the
that
owner,
in the system
I really
brought
think it's kind
forward
of stupid that he has me muted.
with
Taxation. Can you tell him to have me
a
unmuted?
consequentialist NAP. He said, "What if everyone just collectively agrees
Can you tell him
to
unmute
form a
me?
state?"
Do you
And I
like
said, "Well, that's
flavored
just going to be
toenail
trivially
polish?
true of any system. It's not contingent on consequentialism or deontology. Everyone
I can't
can
even
just agree
explain
to those
myself.
things."
I can't even.
Like, that's
explain
not a
Yeah, I was
criticism
kind of
of the
asking
system.
him something, Sithis. So.
That's just like
Wait,
an engineering
he has
problem.
you.
I don't have him muted. I have him lowered.
Oh.
You have him lowered to the point that you can't hear him.
Yeah, maybe.
I heard him talking. Cameron asked me a question, so I answered the question Cameron asked.
Did you hear him talking just faintly, like a little bit? You can barely tell he's talking, or did you hear him as you hear me?
Oh, I have him at 50%, so I can hear him plenty. I can hear all the words, all the meanings, etc.
50% is the default, right?
100% is
No,
the
that's
default.
50%. Or 100%.
Okay, when I pull up a person in a chat, the slider is by default right in the middle, and I can raise it to 100, or I can.
No. You can raise it to 200, or you can lower it to 0. The default's 100. You can raise it to 2 or lower it to 0.
He's too scared to hear my rebuttal. He can't hear. He can't handle it.
See, I only ever do this on the phone, so maybe I don't see as much.
Yeah, it's a lot harder on the phone because on the phone there's not a percent
what's the
bar.
point of
It's just a
me
sliding
here?
bar.
I'm about to just leave, honestly.
Oh, he can still hear you.
Well, you guys can, but he can't. Point.
He does.
I can hear you. You're just retarded.
Okay, calm down.
So obviously, when I say
That's
that
ironic.
if you agree to sign a contract, nobody's compulsing you to sign that contract. Like signing that
You're
contract. is
misusing
not
the term
compulsory.
compulsory.
Signing that
No, you're
contract is
misusing the
not
term
compulsory.
compulsory. You're misusing the term compulsory.
I'm just
You're
asking
also
a
not
question.
because he's not addressing the hypothetical. We talked about those contracts already
you got
signed.
so upset.
Taxation's already given him the answer to this.
Okay,
The fees
I'm just
in the
asking a
contract
very simple
become
question.
compulsory.
I'm just asking a very simple question. If somebody comes up to you and asks you, "Hey, do you want to sign this contract?" You have the choice of saying yes and or no. Is that compulsory? Yes or no? No, I guess he doesn't have an answer. Okay. Because he knows that my argument is for his worldview.
No, you're retarded.
You don't have an answer?
It's not part of the hypothetical. You're asking me something that's not contingent.
That's the only argument that I was making. I said if somebody comes up to you and they say, "Hey, come here and sign this contract," you can say yes or no, and you have a choice to sign it, and it's not a compulsory. It's not a compulsory sign contract.
It is compulsory. If you sign a contract,
no, it's not.
The time comes due for this fee to be paid, they're compulsory.
That's
by
you're
definition.
talking about after you sign it. I'm not talking about after you.
That's the whole point. That was the hypothetical. Again I pointed out 100 times. Hold on, Cameron.
Okay, so you're not
listening.
listening
I point out to him 50 times that the contingency and the hypothetical are about after you paid the contract or sign the contract.
Yeah, and I asked you. Yeah. Before you sign a contract.
So if he's saying, well, what about the contract being like if it's compulsory before the contract? And I'm like, that's not part of the hypothetical. He's not addressing the hypothetical. He's attacking it. If you want to attack it, that's different.
It's outside the scope of the hypothetical.
Thank you. See, King, get wrecked.
I would agree.
Get fucked.
So because that's a different matter. Whether about like a hypothetical where if you're forced to sign a contract, like that whole kind of situation, whether you agreed to the contract voluntarily, that's a whole different matter.
I get what you're saying, but the argument he's trying to make is that if you sign a contract and you're forced to pay back what you signed, then that's a tax, even if you agree to it. And I'm disagreeing with
that. And here's where he's misunderstanding.
Now I can't speak. Hold on, let me speak. I'm not done. I'm not.
You spent the last 10 minutes talking over me while I had you lowered.
I'm not finished. So, I disagree that that's a tax. So, and the reason why I disagree that that's a tax is because the only way that it could be a tax is if somebody was saying, if you do not sign this contract, I am going to do X to you. That's the only way that can make a tax. And it has to be done by a state. That's the only argument that I was making.
So
you get what I'm saying?
To maybe save a lot of time, one of you is defining a tax as inherently completely unilateral, and the other is defining it as, mandatory even with prior agreement. So...
Yeah, I would consider it to
hold
be
on, taxation. He gave us a definition of tax earlier, and his only definition of tax is that it was compulsory. Because remember, we talked about fees. Hold on, no. You're changing your definition because we talked about this for 10 minutes. You specifically said it's the contingency on what a tax is versus a no. Hold on, you just bitched about me interrupting you. Hey, stop. Hey, stop. You just bitched and moaned and complained about me interrupting you. I gave you 5 minutes with my mic muted. So, your definition earlier of what a tax was compulsory because I said, well, what about you voluntarily pay more to the government? You said that is not a tax because it is not compulsory. So now you're changing the goalpost. You were shifting the goalpost, saying it's actually not the fact that it's compulsory. It's no. That's what you said earlier.
A tax is a compulsory fee by the state, which means that it's forced. You're forcing you to pay into their system. And I'm saying that if you agree to sign a contract to a private property owner, that's not a tax because no one's forcing you to sign the contract. If you're forced to pay after you sign the contract, that's not a tax because that's just you paying a fee.
So if I choose to establish a business license, it's not so the fees associated and the taxes and corporate taxes associated with forming an LLC for a business license, those aren't taxes, correct?
Those are
because
taxes.
I chose to form the business.
Because if you do not, because you're forced,
they didn't put a gun to my head and sign the contract to form the business. I chose to do that.
They do.
No, they don't.
They do require you
Allow
to
me,
file it.
okay, so let me know when I can answer the
If you
question.
accept
Yeah, I'll let
consequentialism
you know you
in
can
the
answer the
application
question.
of NAP.
In the situation, I approach the state. I say, hey, I want to form a business. I get a business license, and then I have to start paying payroll tax. I have to start paying corporate tax. I have to start paying business taxes, all of which are, by your definition, not compulsory, therefore not taxes, because I consented to all of this.
No.
That's what you just said. No, that is what King just said. Because they didn't put a gun to my head to sign a contract to form these businesses. They didn't put a gun to my head to do that.
Getting a business license is not consensual. Because if you were to simply start operating a business, then depending on the Sithis, why are you interrupting?
Oh, sorry.
If you were to simply start operating the business, depending on the nature of the business and the jurisdiction, if you were to simply start operating the business without getting a business license, they would come use force against you. That means the acquisition of a business license is not a consensual thing. It is mandatorily imposed as a condition of exercising a liberty.
Exactly. If I start that business and I do all the things so for instance, let's say I say I'm a doctor and I don't get that license. Somebody will come to my house and throw me in jail or fine me or punish me if I do that. So yeah, it is compulsory. That's like me saying like, oh, you allow the state to take the money out of your income tax. Well, it's just like, yeah, but if I don't, they're gonna shoot me. Same thing with
So there's a difference here. You don't have to form a business, right? There's no one pointing a gun to your head stating that you have. Hold on. There's no one pointing a gun to your head stating that you have to form a business, correct? Because this is your critique. This is your critique of me pointing out the contract.
Correct.
The state does not have.
No one forces you to form a business.
Whoa, you just asked me a question. You literally just asked me a question. Now I want to answer it. So so the issue is the state does not have a right to stop me from starting a business. Right?
No one is forcing you.
Does the state have a
no
right
one
to
is
stop me
pointing.
from
Hold
starting
on.
a business?
You're not
answer the
addressing what
question.
I'm saying. You're not addressing what I'm
Does the state
saying.
have a right to stop me from opening a
Irrelevant
business?
to what I said.
It is relevant.
No, it's not.
Because if I
It's
listen,
pretty
if
fucking
I
relevant,
started,
bro.
It's not relevant because no. You missed the first 2 hours of this conversation. It's not relevant.
I don't need to know the first
Because the
2 hours.
contingency. Yes, you do.
You're
Here we go.
clearly anti-small
Fix
business.
that.
You probably
So the
cheered when-
contingency here.
Don't muddy the waters. Just
So the contingency here that you brought up was that no one is forcing you to sign the contract to pay fees for utility services. And I'm pointing out no one is forcing you to establish a business. No, they're not. No one's forcing you to establish a business.
No.
You don't have to establish a business.
Listen to
just
me.
like
You're
you don't
right.
have to sign a contract
Hold
to
on,
get
listen to
utility
me.
services.
You're right in the sense that nobody's
Thank
forcing
you.
me to.
You conceded. That's all you need to say.
Let me
Thank you.
answer. Let me finish. You are right that nobody's forcing me to start a business. But if I want to start a business, the state will force me to get a license. If I don't get a license, then the state will stop me. The state does not have a right to stop me from starting a business. If they stop me from starting a business, then they're violating my rights. So yeah,
That's a separate issue. That is not relevant to the hypotheticals.
If I do not do what the state tells me to do, they will impose force upon me.
The whole reason
Any of y'all
I
own a
picked
house?
forming a business is because the state can't make you form a business. Just like the state can't force you to sign a contract.
But they can
to get
stop
utility
me.
services.
But they can stop me from
irrelevant.
Starting a business.
Completely
It
irrelevant.
is relevant.
No, it's
If
not
you
because we're
stop
not
me-
talking about the state
if
stopping you from
stop
doing
me
something.
from
We're
owning
not
a
talking
business-
about the state
I just
stopping you from
disagree
doing
with you
something.
then on this because
You
it's
can't
my
disagree
idea.
with me. You're intellectually
go ahead,
dishonest,
then.
and
Yeah, I just
you're just
disagree with you
you're
on
just
this.
not consistent.
That's fine. You can say whatever you want.
If I'm
Taxation,
taking
go
away,
ahead.
if I'm taking away your liberty to do a thing, unless you get me to issue you a license for doing that thing, then you would not call the acquisition of that license a consensual or voluntary engagement.
We're not talking about the specific acquisition. We're talking about to form a business, you first form the business and then you apply for a business license. That's the process. We're talking
But what
about
if you don't apply for the business license? What's going to happen?
Irrelevant.
It is relevant.
What's the
No, it's not because I'm not talking in my hypothetical for you. Hold on.
a threat of force
Hold
if
on.
you do
Hold on.
not.
Hold on. In my hypothetical, I didn't bring up the business license. I said establishing the business. You keep bringing up the business license. I'm not talking about the business license. Because
what happens if I don't get the license?
Hey, if we're talking about the business license, then the hypotheticals are no longer categorically the same.
Yeah, you're just confused.
You
man.
keep dragging the hypothetical into something it's not. You refuse to answer because you know I'm correct.
You're incorrect.
I'm completely correct.
Hypothetically, let's say you buy a house, right? That's on the state water line, right? You know, you can't just choose to not get water. You have to get water from the state.
So in this scenario, the scenario matters because in the scenario you have an anarchist system where there is no state. And the scenario is, hold on. In the scenario, everyone has collectively agreed to reform the state. Everyone has again 100% participation, 100% consent. Everyone's collectively agreed for the state to establish water rights. So again, they bring sewer and water to your house, and you pay for a monthly fee. Right, that's the hypothetical.
The state exists.
Hold on.
State exists.
Hold on. So the hypothetical is an anarchist system. It reimposes a state.
An anarchist system that's not anarchist. I get it.
It's no longer anarchist. So again, but the starting point is anarchism. They collectively agree.
Hold on. Current times. They collectively.
None of this is relevant to the conversation.
We're not talking about current times.
They collectively agree to reinstate a state. They collectively agree to have water rights, so sewer and water to and from the house, and then you pay a monthly tax for those water rights. Everyone has collectively agreed. Every individual person has their own personalized contract with the state that is mutually agreed upon, non-compulsory to sign, and can be terminated. Right? Those are the three conditions. So, what I'm pointing out is the taxes that you consent to are still, by definition, compulsory because you signed a contract. They are compulsory by definition.
They're not compulsory, they're contractual.
Contractual is compulsory. That's the definition.
But nobody's forcing you to sign the contract, right?
That's the definition in the side chat that King agreed to, is that you just need to have a rule, law, or obligation for something to be compulsory.
Signing a contract
the fact that you signed a contract, no. The fact that the contract was signed.
It's only a tax. The only way. Hold on. Now I want to get my. Hold on. I want to get my.
No.
Hold on. Now let me respond. Now let me respond.
No, you can't.
Okay,
no, you can't because I'm finishing my point. As soon as I'm done with my point, you're more than welcome to. But I was mid-sentence when you started.
Go ahead.
The fact that King agreed to the definition in side chat, and the definition of compulsory he agreed to is required by law or rule, or obligatory. So the fact that you sign a contract and a service is rendered makes the fee an obligation. And his definition of a tax earlier in the day was a fee paid to the government that was compulsory. So all of those conditions have been met by this contract you signed with utilities. It is a compulsory fee paid to the state. That is a tax.
Okay, it's compulsory.
All right,
got it.
So I feel like we're missing. We're missing a point within.
So I'm gonna respond now, real quick. So
you don't have that choice. If you buy a house currently in the current system, I'm talking about the current system. You don't have the choice to not get water.
Listen, brother, we're not talking about the current system.
I'm aware.
Paladin, just give me 1 second.
All right.
Then why bring it up?
You actually do. You do have a choice. You can get a well and a septic tank. You don't need to buy water from the utility.
You can't just dig a well. You can't just
have
a well done.
Absolutely, you can.
You have to go through the state to get a well done, bro.
Let me respond.
Taxation.
Let me
I still love you. You're still one of my bookies.
Paladin.
Beyond that, I'm hopping out the chat room.
Paladin.
Godspeed to y'all.
Paladin. Thank you. So my response is the only way in which that could be a tax if the state is coming in and saying you need to sign this contract, and if you do not sign this contract,
taxation told you were wrong earlier. You're just wrong.
Okay, that's fine. Whatever. The only time when his state is a tax is when the state does it, because they're forcing.
Yeah, the state is providing a service. You're paying for the service.
In this situation, if you're agreeing and nobody's forcing you to sign the contract, and you're agreeing to sign the contract, and whom you're signing the contract with is not a state. It would just be another individual or government.
No. In the hypothetical, everyone collectively agreed to reestablish a state.
Are they agreeing?
Everyone has collectively agreed to reestablish a state.
Is somebody saying that if you do not sign this contract, I'm going to do X to you?
Irrelevant.
It is relevant.
No, it's not.
Okay, so that's fine. Then we're at an impasse.
You voluntarily signing the contract is what makes it compulsory.
It
would be not compulsory if someone forced you to sign a contract against your will. It would not be here. Tax, please tell him. If someone makes you sign a contract, it is not compulsory. It is null.
I agree.
Truth be told, I would rather not split hairs semantically for 2 or 3 or 4 hours.
Yeah, all I want to say is, and this is all I'm gonna say for the last time, is if nobody is forcing you to sign a contract, right? If I could say no to the contract, well, then it's not a compulsory contract. That means that nobody's forcing you to sign the contract. So if nobody is forcing you to sign a contract, well, then you're not entering a contract with the state. You're just entering a contract with another private entity.
If I were to sign a contract with taxation and I asked him to fix my plumbing and he did, is there a compulsory component? Hold on, is there a compulsory component for me to pay him?
That is compulsory, but the contract itself.
You're retarded. You are brain dead and retarded.
Hold on, you're not allowing me to finish.
You don't need to finish. You are brain dead and retarded.
I get it. You get it.
Can we not devolve? Can we all not devolve into like name calling and interruptions?
No, but he's intellectually dishonest. He thinks
how is he brain dead and retarded right now?
Because he thinks that you voluntarily signing the contract with the state and the state imposing fees on you based on the contract
you just said
is
voluntarily
not
signing the contract. You said voluntarily.
He just said that it's not
voluntarily
compulsory.
agree to his state.
No.
You don't voluntarily
but in this hypothetical,
thank you so much for proving my point. Thank you very much.
In this hypothetical,
you literally said it yourself. You said you voluntarily signed the contract.
Here, let me fix this. In this hypothetical, everyone has unilaterally agreed to reform a state.
They're talking over each other. I can't fucking understand.
He won't shut up. He doesn't want me to get the point out.
You did. You were interrupting me.
The
calling me retarded.
He's still doing it right now. He just won't stop. He can't control.
You were interrupting me.
So in this hypothetical, everyone has unilaterally agreed to reestablish a state.
So he's
everyone
allowed
has
to interrupt
unilaterally
me
agreed
and
to
call me
pass a
retarded
law
and continue to
where
speak.
you need to
And
establish
when
a
I speak,
contract
that's perfectly
with
okay.
the state. But it's voluntary. So here they enact a law. Hey, here's the means of which you can establish a contract to get utilities from the state. If you voluntarily sign that contract with the state, there is still a compulsory obligation, which he's admitted already. There's a compulsory obligation to voluntarily sign. Right? After you've signed, there are compulsory things you have to do. If I agree to get taxation to fix my plumbing, he fixes the plumbing, it's compulsory for me to pay him for those fees service rendered based on that contract.
Yeah.
So if I sign a contract with the state, and it's outlined that this contract is completely voluntary, I can choose to build a well and pull water from the well, and I don't need to go through the state, or I can have the state come out, run plumbing, run electrical, etc. Not electrical, run water sewer to my house, and in return, I pay a tax for that, which his definition of tax is a compulsory fee paid to the government, which is what he said 2 hours ago. Then that contract I voluntarily signed with the state is a tax that I'm paying. It is compulsory. That is his definition.
With the state. If you're volunteering to sign a contract with the state, then it's not a state.
Wait a minute. Okay, I have to object to that as you worded that.
Well,
because
you know what I'm trying to say. You know what I'm trying to say, though.
I was going to say, like a military-industrial complex.
But you get what I'm trying to say.
You know, like Lockheed Martin does very voluntarily sign contracts with the state.
No, what I'm trying to say is that, like, if somebody comes up to you and says, like, hey, you could live on my land, and I'll
you sign up for the service all the time. That's a contract with the state that's voluntary.
Okay, now you're not letting me finish. So let's say somebody comes up to you and says, hey, I'll offer you protection in exchange for money, and I'm not forcing you to sign the contract. If you don't have to sign the contract. Is that compulsory taxation?
Is it compulsory when? Is it compulsory before you signed or after?
Before you sign.
Well, clearly no.
Okay, so after you sign, hold on. But after you sign and you agree and you regale on the agreement, then it becomes compulsory, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for agreeing with me. That's all I have to say.
I've been right this whole time.
I said as much earlier.
Okay, that's all I was saying.
How did we even get onto this? We've been on this for like a fucking hour.
So here, I want to bring up another example.
So then that's
because
not.
I guess he didn't think the Licky Martin example was great. No, you bitched him on him. I'm interrupting. Don't start.
Right.
So, a soldier voluntarily signs a contract with the government. He pays fees to the government for a lot of his basic necessities in the beginning, uniforms, food. A lot of the stuff up front in the beginning is paid for by the soldier. Would you then say that is a tax he's paying because he's paying a fee to the government? Why is that not a comp?
You're literally saying
it's compulsory.
Because you're saying it yourself.
It's compulsory.
It's a fee. Is somebody forcing him to sign a contract?
Yes.
Is someone forcing him to sign a contract?
No. He voluntarily signed a contract with the government. Okay, then he has to pay fees. He has to pay the fees. Contract, you would say that's
the signing of the contract was not compulsory, but the agreement after it's been signed, yeah, that
is compulsory.
Yeah.
So in my hypothetical,
but that's what I was saying this whole time.
No. Fuck off. That's not what you said.
That is what I said.
No. And Cameron backed me up. Taxation can too. The entire time I pointed out that after the fact that has been signed, when the services have been rendered, it's compulsory to pay. That's what I've said since the first second I brought this up.
We never.
So then King just lied to us. King just lied and said that's not what I've been saying at all.
Hey, I never disagreed with that. The only argument that I made
that was part of your point of contention was that it wasn't compulsory.
Yeah, you're not going to let me respond. The only argument
you're a lying piece of shit.
I know that you think so.
All right.
For an hour now, you have said that it's not compulsory.
Yeah, you misunderstand what I'm saying.
No. You said because someone forced you to sign the contract, it's not compulsory. You're a lying piece of shit. You're a lying piece of shit. Lying piece of shit. Don't care.
Stop.
Can we move on?
Okay.
Where are all the stater tots? Do we have any?
I don't think so.
Well,
I feel like we had one like 20 minutes ago. We probably had one.
I don't see what I said was so contentious.
I think what you said that was questionable was like you guys. It was kind of a quibble about like this whole thing where like if you sign a contract and then there are certain obligations or whatever within the contract, then like are those obligations compulsory? And his argument was yes. It seemed like you may have been disagreeing with that.
No, I did not disagree with that. I said that the contract in itself is not compulsory in the sense that nobody's forcing you to sign it. But if you
I don't really think that was his.
If you sign it, right, then it's compulsory because you've agreed to it. But his argument was essentially that let's say you agree to, let's say somebody comes up to you and agrees to pay for protection for you, to do protection for you, and you agree to that contract, and everybody in that area agrees to that contract. He's saying that that's a tax.
So if you look in the definition of tax, it says specifically a compulsory contribution to state revenue levied by the government on workers' income, blah blah blah. So I don't agree in this case that we have a state because there isn't like a coercive authority with a monopoly on force that is saying if you do not, like you have to agree to our services or you have to agree to pay for them.
Thank you, Cameron.
So I don't think that would be a state. So that technically wouldn't be a tax, I would say.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Anyway, so I sent that email to Hopper, by the way. Let's see what he says.
Let's hope he.
Wait, what did you have?
Does he?
What did you
has
have,
he ever
Conrad?
emailed you back before?
I've never emailed him before, but his email's public, and I've seen him email other people. So.
What's your email say?
Oh, I posted it in the side chat.
Oh, let me see.
It doesn't really copy over well from Gmail, but it's all grammatically correct. I made sure of that, but it just doesn't copy well.
Did you send nudes to Hopper?
Yes. How'd you know?
I love your new profile picture, bro. Makes me feel good inside.
I was saying you should make it yours.
No.
It's like an improved version.
KingSithis,
Bro,
I
if
gotta
Hopper
say,
responds to that, that would be funny.
What's up, bro?
your glasses are pretty good, but mine are better.
Yours are better? What kind of glasses do you got? Let me see.
Oh, there's Ray-Bans. I forget the make, but you can
Got
see
the
them in my profile
Ray-Bans?
picture.
Oh, shit.
Got the Ray-Bans, yeah. You can see my profile
that's
picture.
definitely much more expensive than what I got. I got some like generic off-brand shit on Amazon, honestly. I don't even know the brand.
That's funny. But
they look all right, you know what I'm saying? So that's all that
they
matters.
look good.
You know,
They're good. They're good for the branding, you know.
Yeah. So
Oh,
it was
man.
good for the money that I spent. You know?
Yeah. You know, Minecraft is
I am curious
basically
to see Hopper's
Ancap
response.
Simulator.
What happened?
And B.
Let me know if Hopper responds to that. I read it at a red light.
Yeah, I will. I definitely will. But so no, I was saying that Minecraft is basically Ancap Simulator. It's great. I'm clearing vast forests with fire and the environmental
Creating a
destruction.
homestead.
It's great. Yeah.
Wait
well,
a
I've
minute, but
heard
within Minecraft, there is no scarcity. You have infinite of every resource.
No, well, there is scarcity because there's only like one of each resource. So like
And you
there's
can't
scarcity in that
can't
sense.
use everything all at the same time.
Wait, you know what?
Yeah.
I always do the when I've played Minecraft, I always do the mode where like you can fly and you have infinite of
Well, in
everything.
creative, there's like.
Oh yeah, creative. Yeah, creative is just heaven.
Because you can just spawn in a bunch of fucking.
Yeah, and all you have to do, right? If you want something, you just middle mouse button. Yeah, and then
That
you get
feels
it.
like how Minecraft was meant to be played.
No, Minecraft's meant to be played in survival.
Yeah, survival's the fun part
think it's
because you gotta actually like earn everything. You know what I mean? You don't
I
just
don't think
get
there's a
everything.
specific way it's meant to be played. It's however fucking you
Well, I
want
think
it.
it's the most fun way to
was
play.
the original. I think. Yeah,
I think
survival was the
I think the
original.
most fun way to play, personally, my personal opinion, the most fun way to play is with hardcore. I like hardcore. When you only have one life.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna fucking die.
So if you see my stream, this is the server I'm on. I play with a couple friends.
I'm playing World of Warcraft.
Oh wow, I'm sorry.
Love that game.
So that's my house. This is the Colosseum that I made.
Yo, why is this shit so bright?
I don't know. It's something wrong with my Discord.
Yo, what the fuck?
but you can see.
Oh, when did Anti-Fascist leave?
Oh,
He left
pretty much-
after I said I don't want to talk about this anymore. I just want to move on.
So that's my Colosseum. That's my house. This is my friend's home, which I've
like 10 minutes
which
ago,
I've aggressed upon by just putting water there. But
Blood, why did you aggress upon him?
Because
I'm in a very awkward position to have a server mod in my channel.
Yeah.
Bro, they just let anybody be a mod.
What? I want to be a server mod. Thank you.
Give me a server mod.
That guy was kind of retarded.
That guy was a
No,
fucking
bro,
retard.
he was
Gregory.
like Jesus Christ, like oh, thank you for explaining my ideology to me, like Jesus Christ.
I mean,
Yeah, and he was so confident, but he was actually wrong on a lot of things.
Yes.
Like when
I don't
he said
know
that
why he
Hoppa was
kept,
like a second. Like, sorry, go ahead.
No, I don't know why. Like, I don't.
Oh my God,
I like
Preston is
ChatGPT,
back.
but like he kept like defaulting to ChatGPT. It's like, bro,
Yo,
can you give your own argument?
Cameron, you're yapping.
What?
Next convo, right?
Yeah, how about you shut the fuck up, whore?
How about you suck my cock, you dumb cunt?
All right, cocksucker. Okay. All right, they're muted.
Wait, did I mute the right person?
Yeah, you
Yeah, mute fucking both of them. I don't.
Yeah, mute
Yeah,
Preston
I'm
too.
just muted both. Yeah.
I did or did not mute the correct
No,
person.
you're good. You
Both
did.
of them were being retards.
Yeah, both of them were being idiots.
Well, yeah, when the trolls move in packs, it's like Nazi trolls do that constantly. Where it's like, nah, suddenly there's 4 of them.
Interesting.
Yeah, like
Nazi trolls make me wish I had the resources to like find out who people are on Discord and go knock on the door. Hi.
And violate the NAP. Get all over their face.
Well,
Potentially. Not even
I
necessarily.
mean-
Even just here's the thing. I believe that these guys are generally speaking not like big bad intimidating guys. I believe if I were to just knock on their door and now there's no screen, there's no anonymity, I'm just right there saying, "Hi, remember me?"
Yeah, you just randomly come across Gypsy Crusader. Oh.
What was that you were saying?
You just come
I
across
think they're.
Gypsy Crusader.
I think they would
Right.
largely tuck their tail between their legs.
I feel like
Okay,
Gypsy
you know what?
Crusader would actually like beat you up.
Now, somebody actually
Yeah, that guy's pretty
tried
big.
this with.
Yeah.
Somebody tried this with me one time though. Okay, I was in an online debate with a guy who lived in the same city as me, and oh shit, I'm not.
Really? Wait, what
Yeah,
city?
I was Baltimore. I lived in Baltimore at the time.
Okay.
I was in an online debate with somebody in Baltimore, and he was like a Republican, and I was calling him a socialist.
Good one.
I was saying, I wasn't just being like "fuck off, socialist." No, I was explaining that he's calling for socialism in the fields of policing and courts and military defense and roads and so forth. I explained that he's calling for the socialization of all those things, and that makes him at least to some extent a socialist. This pissed him off so much. He showed up at my work. I was sitting there with one of my coworkers eating a slice of pizza. And he walks right up to me. He's like, "Let's see if you got the balls to talk to me like that in person. You want to take this outside?" I'm like, "Sure, let's go outside."
Did you fight?
And what?
Did you actually fight?
He was this biker guy, former cop. And so we get out there, and I was like, "All right, let's talk. You're calling for socialism. Socialism is when you have social control of the means of producing a product or service, as opposed to private control. Are you not calling for some form of social control of policing, social control of courts and military defense, as opposed to private capitalistic control?" So, like, he's thinking we're going to throw hands. No, I'm having a fucking debate. That's what he came to do in theory. So, so I'm having a debate with him, and we go on for a while. And by the end of it, I swear to God, this will sound like a bullshit story, but it's true. By the end of it, he was hugging me. He volunteered a hug.
Why?
Wow.
Yeah, it went very well. There was a point a few minutes before that, like it was a couple hour long or so anarchy debate, is how it went, and like 10 minutes before we left or so, by this point we were out back in the parking lot of this joint where I worked, and I said, I quoted Robert Lefebvre. I said, "If men are good, you don't need government." And he starts nodding. And then I said, "If men are evil or ambivalent, you don't dare have one." And when I said you don't dare have one, he physically jumped backwards. He had like a gasp kind of thing and this look of shock, and he actually jumped backwards. That was amazing. I've never seen words hit somebody so hard. It's like I just hit him with a fucking like Dragon Ball Z energy ball or some shit. Like he flew back a couple of feet.
Yeah,
He
words are violence, guys.
I can't believe how hard that hit him, because I think he immediately understood what it meant and that it's true. That the state in itself, men being bad will be most intensified through the state itself. And, this guy's got plenty of historical knowledge of, things like the Holocaust and stuff. He probably had relatives there. He was an older Jewish man. He was also a biker and former cop. Unusual guy.
Okay.
But by the end of it, he was hugging me.
How did you find out where you work?
You shared a bagel.
He asked me it. He said, "I bet you won't tell me where you are," or something. Like I told him where I am. I said, "You want to come talk? I'm at Tove Pizza. I'm at Tove. I'm here through 11. I'll be here till 11 when I'm not out on deliveries.
Yeah, show up, biatch.
He did show up, and we talked. My coworker, my friend and coworker Sheen, who I'd been sitting there with, he thought me and this guy are about to break each other's faces or something. No, it went well.
Jew on Jew violence, you hated to see it.
Well, here's the thing. Jews will have a debate. Generally speaking, Jews will have a debate. You know, it's like we're all Charlie Kirk or something.
Wow,
We
you
are
did
Charlie
the
Kirk.
meme, bro. You did the meme.
Seriously, like that's like a deeply embedded part of Jewish culture. For like thousands of years, debate has been a Jewish tradition. We debate everything.
Well, see, you lot lost a debate to this one guy called Jesus Christ, and you got him crucified.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How did we lose a debate? Well, in what way did he win a debate? Well, I guess it depends on your perception of the history. If hypothetically he says, "I am the Messiah," because he was Jewish, so I'm assuming he talks like that. "I'm the Messiah," and the best din or whatever is like, "Oh, you cannot be the Messiah because you do not check all the necessary boxes and you're not of the right tribe." And then Jesus is like, "Oh yeah, watch this," and he like turns water into wine and walks on water and rises a guy from the dead. I guess that's one way to win a debate.
Yeah. Exactly.
Well, you're just practicing black magic. We've known about black magic for thousands of years. It's very bad. Our Lord does not condone this. You are going to have a bone to pick.
And then they pretty much paid off Judas to like pretty much snitch where Jesus is.
Here's the thing. Also, it wasn't the Jews. It was the Beit Din, as Jews call it,
The
which is like
Pharisees.
it's a Jewish high court.
Damn Jews.
Meat and love. I mean, the Romans killed. It was the Roman government that actually physically killed Jesus, but they kind of did so at the behest of the Beit Din.
Okay.
Have you seen Passion of the Christ? Great movie.
How you doing?
Have you seen Passion of the Christ 2?
Yes. Yes.
That's coming out. That's coming out like next year. Isn't it?
You got it.
Yeah, bro.
Guys,
Get my thumb with it.
He comes back with a
Apparently, apparently it's not the same actor playing Jesus. They got a different one.
He'll have coffee.
Yeah, he comes back with a vengeance.
Okay.
Yeah.
They should make a
Comes
prequel.
across or whatever. A prequel.
The hotel would not give me coffee. Most hotels, when I do hotel deliveries, they give me free coffee.
Coffee?
Give me free coffee, yo.
Yeah.
Why you
Wait,
always
say
asking for
coffee
free
again?
shit, bro? That's a violation of the NAP.
That's
not
a
violation. That's not.
They usually next to the coffee, they usually have like these giant bottles of pumpable syrup, so I can with ease just sit and pump the amount I like of syrup, which is a lot, rather than having to sit and open up the little couplet things and open fucking 40 of them.
Syrup for what?
What?
Syrup for pancakes. Pancakes, waffles.
What? No, I meant creamer. I meant coffee creamer. Like
okay.
milky sweet goodness, coffee semen stuff. When it's just like the little couplets, I have to sit and open like fucking 20 of them. But when it's the pump, I can just pump it 20 times, and that's way easier.
Bro, I think that's a sign you need to use less.
No, I like it.
I don't care what you like.
I want my coffee to be candy sweet.
Yeah,
with mayonnaise.
Gluttonous.
I have put mayonnaise in coffee before.
Diabetes.
Oh my! You put mayonnaise? Did you just say you put mayonnaise in coffee before?
No, not all the time. I did it one time.
Disgusting.
Bro,
I did it one time. The reason it was bad, the only reason I don't still do it, is because the mayonnaise will not blend with the coffee. It just kind of floats on top.
If it could blend, would it? If it could blend, do you think it would taste good, or do you know?
Yes, I can. I can tell it would definitely taste good.
Hell
Mayonnaise
no.
goes
What
good.
the
The mayonnaise
fuck?
flavor.
You need a blender.
If you can get it to mix in, I tried shit like that. I tried like the stirry little electronic stirry thing. It just broke it up into more pieces floating on the top. It didn't work.
You need to do it for longer, man.
The flavor of mayonnaise mixes well with any other flavor. Like it's always in a
bro.
That's fucking disgusting.
It's always
bro.
an
Can we move on to a different subject, please? 'Cause you're gonna make me throw up, bro. Please.
it's objectively fatty and savory.
All right.
Okay, and
Alright.
that doesn't go with the
I would
leadership.
honestly.
All right.
Change subject.
Ooh, I now have an idea. I just gave myself a multi-trillion. Wait, you just gave me a multi-trillion-dollar idea. I have a multi-trillion-dollar idea now. Okay, my idea is I'm gonna start selling flavored mayonnaise, like cotton candy flavor and apple flavor and like strawberry banana,
Coffee flavored.
This is
pesto
nasty.
flavored, and coffee flavor. Why not? And like peanut butter and jelly flavor, all kinds of shit. Steak flavored.
Who is buying? That is not a multi-trillion-dollar idea, brother. You're gonna go into debt.
Sour cream and onion.
I would never. I would throw it out.
French onion, or sour cream and onion. Those look
Okay,
like
French
fucking
onion
crazy.
could be good. French onion
maybe.
mayonnaise would be good.
I don't know about all those other things you threw out.
Yeah, like the sweet
Cotton
ones, but if
candy?
you get like slavery, mate, like you make like garlic aioli and
Yeah, that would work. And like chocolate mayonnaise.
Okay,
Oh
no, wait.
my God.
You
Stop,
can't just throw in
please.
chocolate mayonnaise and
fucking
pretend that's
disgusting,
good.
bro. That's fucking disgusting, man. You guys are nasty.
No,
French
he's
vanilla,
nasty.
caramel.
What are you guys?
You guys
He
are
is. He's the one talking about chocolate mayonnaise.
All right, let
Wait, that seems doable. I feel like all I would have to do to make that one, I could just take a jar of mayonnaise and just mix in some Hershey syrup
You guys are fucking nasty.
and just have chocolate mayonnaise.
all right, let's
I've
go
been
back.
trying
Let's go
So
back to
I think
Hank.
we need to abolish the state because the taxation is a forceful extraction by the state.
Okay, sure. Okay.
Wow.
Chocolate mayonnaise.
All the stop.
Chocolate mayonnaise would work
please,
as like a good
please,
cereal
please.
mayonnaise.
Killing me.
No, what the?
All right, I've
cereal,
muted him. I've muted him.
Wait, you just muted?
I just muted him. All right, let's.
Wow.
Yep.
All right, he's back. Oh, we have someone called Smart in here. Are you
Yo,
smart?
what's up?
Smart?
Hi, Smart.
I hope you're smart and think that taxation is theft.
We've been waiting for you.
I do in
What?
fact
Is it-
agree.
is it-
I do in fact agree that taxation is theft because taxation is a very criminal way of saying things that like money is not the worst, but
Are you okay? Are you okay, Miss?
Did you just die?
So taxation is the forceful extraction of
Wait,
wealth by
what?
the state.
I don't understand.
Reaching in our pants.
Sithis, I have to point out, I think your definition of theft is problematic. Your definition of theft, correct me if I'm wrong, is a forceful extraction of wealth from an innocent person.
Yeah.
Correct? Okay. I find that problematic because the word forceful. There are several at least kinds of theft that it's very awkward to call forceful or even flat out inaccurate. For example, theft by way of fraud. We would not call that forceful. If I tell you that if you pay me, then I'm going to do plumbing service, and then you pay me, and then I say, haha, fuck you, I'm not doing plumbing service. I've stolen your money, but it was not forceful in nature. Likewise, shoplifting. It's awkward to call that forceful. Maybe technically, but it's fucking weird.
The extraction of
forceful-
wealth.
Extraction also sounds fucking weird. I picture like you're extracting a cyst from somebody's thigh.
Unwillfully.
I know.
Unwillfully. Let's just say.
I like to use the word extraction.
Why not just taking? Why
Yeah,
be
but
complicated?
I
Just
like
taking.
to use the word extraction.
How about this? A unilateral distance property. What's wrong with that?
A unilateral what?
I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong.
Unilaterally taking the property of an innocent. unilaterally taking a person's property.
The unilateral
Unilateral.
extraction of wealth from an innocent person.
That's better. It's still awkward. Extraction is an awkward word for this.
I like to use the word. It makes me feel good.
You know what I'm
Extracting
glad
is like
the anti-fascist
extracting
guy.
is like when you take extracting is like when you take something little, or it's like when you take something that was inside of something else and you remove it from having been inside of something
Out of
else.
my bank account.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's from my possession out of my possession.
Okay, but that's weird. That's fucking weird. That's awkward. It's like I extracted your house.
You forcefully extracted my house.
I mean,
you extract an ingrown hair. You extract an ingrown hair from the base of your penis.
Yes, plucked it.
Are you okay,
You
Jay?
extract a baby from its mother's cooter.
I don't think it's actually in that part. I think it's but okay.
But it's weird to say that they extracted your house through eminent domain.
I mean, they kind of did. I mean, it sounds a little weird, but like
they took it. They took that shit.
Yeah.
All right, you know who had like a surprisingly based take on taxes was Chris Rock, who's not at all an ANCAP or libertarian, by the way, but he had a bit where he said, "Man, you don't pay taxes; they take taxes."
Yeah.
You get your check, that shit already gone. That's not a payment, that's a jack.
Yeah.
Wolfie?
Hello.
Oh.
Hey, Wolfie.
Hello.
Hi, Wolfie.
Hello, Wolfie.
We're gonna have to make this one full
Do you
screen.
think taxation is theft?
Yes.
Ace.
Why is that?
Go on camera too.
It's a forceful extraction.
Okay.
It's a unilateral extraction of wealth.
There you go.
There you go. No, bro, you gotta stop smoking that shit.
Wouldn't it be more? Wouldn't it be better to just say property instead of wealth?
Yeah, property works. Property works.
Forceful
I feel like that's more
extraction of
broad.
one's property, whom is innocent. I feel like you guys are just getting super semantical with me.
Well, it's about how you.
Oh, you
Well,
made
you
Wolfie
use this
later.
definition- You
guys
use
know
this
what I
definition every single day.
It's about having clear language, I guess. I would say.
Yeah.
Wait, did our cat boy leave? Or
Oh yeah, he left.
Whatever they
Scared him
are.
off.
Whatever that was.
Wolfie was cute.
Oh, don't start.
No, bro,
I
you
would
gotta start
smash.
smoking that shit.
I totally would have smashed Wolfie.
Oh, bro, that's kind of homo.
You know.
Sexual.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't deny that, but man,
I'm a little gay. I'm a tiny bit gay.
Man, you know,
Only on the weekends.
I'm still scarred from that anti-fascist guy. He was so stupid and like.
What are you, a fascist?
Yeah, he was trying really, really hard to convince me that taxes can be consensual. And
Yeah, well, I wasn't there for a lot of that conversation, but the freaking previous conversation, man.
I don't like having somebody in my own channel threatening to like server mute me or something because he's a server mod.
That was so fucking cringe, bro. When he's like,
bro.
"Oh, you're breaking TOS so fucking."
And then
nerd."
the one guy, he made a joke that he was gonna kill himself, and then he was like, oh my god, are you serious? I gotta make sure you're not actually serious, bro.
We gotta detain him. We have to.
Yeah,
detain
bro,
him.
he's like
What
an
are you
actual
talking about?
Discord, like an actual like stereotypical Discord mod, like taking his job way too seriously.
I am a Discord mod to save lives.
Yes.
That's probably what he would
We save lives here, guys. We are saving lives.
He saved that guy from killing himself by preventing us from saying
Discord
anything.
mods,
Wow.
if you don't know, Discord mods are fucking heroes. You walk into a club, you tell the women you're a Discord mod, they'll be like, "Oh my god, can I suck your dick in the bathroom?"
It's true.
Yes.
True. It happens to me all the time.
Well,
I tell them, hey, I was a former owner of a Discord server called Obama World. Heard of it? Heard of it?
Oh.
Oh.
You say, wait. What's it called?
Obama World. It's no longer active. Instead, I killed it. I bought it off of a guy. And, anyway, long story.
You paid for a Discord?
Yeah, kind of. So it was I was basically paying for the operation for this Team Fortress 2's server, and with that it came with a Discord server that I became owner of.
All right.
Interesting.
Yeah, and then in baby gamers, Jake, you join that sometimes. I wasn't. Yeah, you do. I was the owner of that for a little while, right? Because the previous owner said that okay, I'll let you I'll be owner for 24 hours, right? But what I did, right, is that I basically made myself just the top mod admin there, and then just gave it to a friend because he said that he to a friend's alt account because he said you have to give it back, right? But he didn't explicitly say to himself. So I just basically positioned myself as de facto ruler of baby gamers.
I like tracks.
You like me?
Hell yeah, bro.
Yeah, I took over baby gamers. It's great.
I'm kind of thinking that, you're allowed to choose whatever pen name for yourself you want. So I'm thinking maybe I should publish my book under the name Devonte Brown.
Oh my god.
You gotta hurry up with that book so I can post that YouTube
video. Bro,
I'm constantly Ubering.
Bro, you don't even know half the pain.
You gotta Uber and
my name's
basically I'm always either out Ubering or I'm at home and I have one of my hands full, or I'm sleeping.
No excuse.
Jake, you don't even know half the pain. My name's Tyrell. Okay, everyone thinks that's a black name. All right, it's so.
Sometimes
it's just
sometimes you can immediately. Sometimes you can meet somebody and immediately know they have a single mother. Like when you go to TGI Fridays and the waiter comes up to your table, he's like, "Hey, welcome to TGI Fridays. My name's La Quiggle. Can I get y'all started with something to drink?"
La Quiggle. La Quiggle.
My name's La Quiggle, yeah. My name's Messiah. I swear to God, my son knows a Messiah.
Oh my god.
All right. The best black name I've ever heard of. So my grandfather by adoption anyway, one of them, he went to a hospital in Baltimore like a long ass time ago, like in the 50s or something, or 60s. And there was this young black chick, like 12 years old, he said, that had a baby. And this was a small hospital, and this is back in the day. There wasn't like a maternity ward way over there and a ER way over here. It was just like the hospital, and it was all together and shit. And so this young black chick, basically a kid, she was like 12 or something. She had a baby there, and she named the baby after a word that she had seen in writing around the hospital that she'd never heard, but she thought sounded pretty. So the baby's name is Urine.
Urine.
Urine. U-R-I-N-E. Urine. U-R-I-N-E.
Urine. Great name.
Uranus.
Yeah, but you know what's crazy? I heard a very similar story from my step great aunt Marcia, who used to work in a maternity ward. She told me about a different young black girl who came in, and she had been hearing a word there that she didn't know, and she thought sounded pretty. The baby's name was Vagina.
Bro.
So there are now grown black women walking around who, unless they've changed their names, their legal names are urine and vagina.
You know, I think maybe the Ku Klux Klan has a point.
Whoa, whoa,
Right.
whoa, 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 whoa,
I'm
whoa.
kidding.
Take it easy. Take
Okay,
it easy.
I knew a guy. I knew a guy who was male, like cis male, who was born to a woman that named him Dominique, not Dominic, Dominique with a Q, Dominique. This is a guy, and I asked him, has that been always your name? And he said, yeah, my mom named me that.
Dom's a good name, but like, man, the Dominique.
I got an Uber Eats for Willie G.
Willie G.
Willie G.
Some of the names
You know what's funny?
kind of funny.
This is the second time in a week I've had an Uber Eats delivery for a Willie G. It was a couple days ago. It might be the same. Might be the same Willie G.
Damn.
I think I met Willie G.
I feel like that sounds a lot like a disease.
What was that?
Like you got that G, you know?
I think there's a guy trying to walk through the drive.
Oh, man.
Yo, where the women
Right.
with the big titties at?
Yeah. You know, but I like how the anti-fascist guy, right? Like I say in the group chat, oh, okay, let me know when this guy's gone. I've had enough, right? So I put on my audio, and he just instantly leaves. And I was like, oh, okay. I mean, what a guy.
What a guy.
Like,
Huh?
he just lacked a basic knowledge about libertarianism. Like, and to say that like David Friedman is like the most prolific libertarian writer today, I think that's wrong.
I mean, I like David Friedman, but he's not who I would look up to. It's not somebody I would be like, oh, he's like the main.
Yeah, I would say the most prolific writer today is probably Stefan Kinsella.
Yeah,
Like,
probably. Yeah.
like,
Who's that?
Who's got here? That's Cameron.
Yeah.
Nice
Yeah.
of you to join us, Cameron.
Yeah,
bro.
Thoughts on taxation?
I
about
love
taxes?
Peace support it though. I love them.
Yeah, okay, cool, Sam. So have you ever KingSithis, have you ever aggressed against anyone?
Yes.
Damn. How?
Many years ago today, when I was younger, I was at a party, and I really wanted this speaker that I saw buddy with. Oh, why'd you change the profile, bro? What the fuck?
My name or the customer's name? The customer's name is Willie G.
No, you changed your profile picture back.
Yeah, bro. What the?
All right, continue with the story.
No, I really wanted this speaker. It was like a handheld speaker. Wanted it.
Y'all got any throwaway
So
food?
I like snatched it. I put it into my sweater. And
I'll eat out the trash.
Oh, gosh, you're a horrible person.
Alright.
I'll eat out the trash. You're a
Think I
horrible
get a pop though?
that was like when I was
Think I get
like,
like a high C or something now?
I think I was like,
Damn, you hate me. Alright.
I think I was like 17.
17? My gosh, you are. Well, I don't know. How
what
smart of a
was the story?
17-year-old?
What was the story? I had to talk to the.
He
No,
stole a
he
speaker
asked
from
me
a
if I've
party.
ever aggressed against ever before, and I said yeah. And I said one time when I was at a party, I stole a speaker.
Really? You've aggressed against somebody one time?
I mean, I don't do. I've never gotten into much fights. Never gotten into it.
I've committed aggression easily over 1,000 times.
I've
flex with those
stolen
things.
from my mom before. Like I took money
Yeah, that's aggression. That can be aggression. It probably is.
to buy some weed a few times.
Although,
Oh,
had
jeez.
your mom previously committed aggression against you?
Yeah. So I guess
Okay,
it makes
then
it
it's
okay.
restitution.
Yeah, it's restitution. My mom used to beat
Yeah.
the shit out of me, so I guess it was all right.
All right, so yeah, that's definitely restitution then.
Damn.
Yeah.
I mean, depending how much you took. Maybe if you took millions, it wouldn't have been. But
No.
I used to steal from my mom so much. I would steal her cigarettes, not the whole pack. Not the whole pack. I would steal like a few cigarettes out of the pack to where either she wouldn't notice or just whatever. And I would steal her cocaine. And the cocaine was she would never. My mother would never admit or acknowledge doing cocaine. So I would steal like half her coke. She would have like a couple grams. Say she's got like 2 grams of coke. I would steal like a gram of it. And she's not going to come to me like, did you steal my cocaine? Because she would never admit to doing cocaine.
Wow.
She didn't know for a fact that I knew she does coke. So I would just go steal her cocaine and then never catch any kind of shit for it.
Wow.
Damn.
Now she has one time since I was a kid admitted to having had a coke problem before. She's a narcissist, so she decides that she has only ever done things that cast her in a favorable light, which I guess she doesn't consider doing blow to be. So she won't talk about it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Anyways,
I've
guys, I'm
committed
gonna
a lot-
head out because
a lot
I'm
of
getting kind of
aggression.
tired and I gotta wake up early tomorrow.
Oh, EP.
Have a good night. Yo, Trex, taxation,
Yeah.
Cam, it was fun.
Yeah, goodbye.
Right on.